Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Anything. Anybody hear anything? You hear anything? You
right.
hear anything?
What?
You hear anything?
I hear the music.
Yeah, I don't hear. No, we're not.
But we're not. Aren't these lights on? I don't know.
See if Rob's out there. He hears me? Yeah, but nobody. Do people hear me on the air? He hears me down the line, probably. There we go. You hear me now, Poundcake? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because there's always some computer thing that somebody's got to hit somewhere.
Whenever.
Jesus Christ, this place.
When you resetted it, I could hear you just fine. I didn't know if you had your headphones on.
Nah, I'm switching the board back and forth. I'm clicking macros. I'm trying to get
I was like, you really are.
things in these log lines. I got to click back and click.
You have senioritis. I was like, wow, he's taking a really long
And none of
intro.
and obviously none of this means anything to the audience. That's what pisses me off.
Right.
Is we come out. I start the show all pissed off. I hate that. I hate doing that. I'm in a good mood. I'm set to entertain people.
Me too. I'm
excited to, tomorrow's our last live show of the year. And,
Well, let's just go back to being in a good mood. No point in stewing in the past.
You're right. The past is the
The
past.
past is the past.
Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Let me get our logo back on the screen here since I had to reset everything. There we go. Hey, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of The Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Our last sausage party of the year.
I know, of 2022. If we were really able to go back, because Mary Santora is on the road quite a bit, and if we were able to just really kind of go back and, think about all the things that have happened over the course of this year with just the three of us, to kind of...
I feel like this is the year we've had the most sausage party shows.
We did
We had a
months of sausage parties when Erica was out.
Oh, I guess yeah.
Yes, we did. And then I was gone unscheduled for 2 weeks in June when my dad died.
But that's just being off.
Well,
but
that was unscheduled.
Yeah.
There was 2 weeks I hadn't planned on being gone.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Dad.
Mm-hmm. Very inconsiderate.
Does he know you're working? Thus letting us work.
And if he had just died right away, it would have probably only been 1 week. But
I
he had
gotten
to
back
take his time.
He really did.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy to say everything I needed to say.
No wonder your mom left him.
Hung on for dear life.
She didn't leave him.
Are they together?
He died.
No,
He left her.
Well, you always hear those stories, like the grandpa and grandma cheese barn. Bang, bang. She didn't bang, bang.
Well, they were 96.
Yeah, well.
I did have that kind of conversation briefly when we were in the thick of it. I had the conversation on the group chat with my siblings, and I was like, because they're all there. I'm the only one that's ever been gone. And so I rely on them to really keep their eyes on things with respect to my mom, but they all have their own lives. They've got kids and they've got jobs and things to do. But I'm like, is anybody concerned that mom's going to do like the 48 hours later, she's lying on the kitchen floor because dad's gone. My mom's in great health. It's not an issue with that. That's why people love to romanticize those stories about like they died 48 hours. But yes, well, they were both very, very sick, usually in those situations.
Dying of a broken heart.
Well, they say that is a thing, I mean, it's the
I feel like that's so romantic.
mind in your body. I know you do, sweetie. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. Why is that romantic? It's only romantic to you because you love the notion of someone dying because you're gone.
No.
It's not romantic. I'll read your mind here. It's not romantic to you if they go first. If you go first and then they die, that's romantic to you. They couldn't stand to be without you, and so they passed away. If they died first, would you still find it romantic?
Yeah, and then I died because I feel like obviously, like I had nothing to do with it. I feel like that's the definition of a soulmate. Literally, someone you are meant to walk the rest of your life with, no matter the circumstance. And when they go, your mission in life is done. Like that's it. You guys go together.
Your mission in life was this other person.
Not necessarily your mission in life, but like
that's what you said.
You're accomplishing your missions with that person. So that is your other half. That's
you married to a spy? What are these missions?
Yeah, what's your mission in life?
In this particular mission, are you able to go into the ocean? Are you able to do some swimming on this mission?
Satan has dominion over the seas.
Right.
What would you say your mission is? Do you think you have like a mission or a purpose for this life?
Nope, I haven't found my soulmate yet. So when I do,
you only can have that if you have a soulmate?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's tied into other people, according to him. And for some people, I guess it is. But that's...
I accomplished my mission.
you
I got
go.
a train. Grandma got me a little Christmas train to put under my tree.
A little
and
train?
I feel like I am good.
You have a circular track around your tree and
I do,
a
I feel
train
like
that goes around it?
I do, and it
Does it have a switch on the
puffs
bottom?
little steam.
Are you kidding me? How did you take a video of this?
Can you
It's on my Instagram story.
Can you make tea in it as it goes around?
I mean, I suppose you could, but it's not big enough to get a real good cup of tea out of. But
Wow.
I love it, and I had said before on the show that I could see myself becoming a model train guy, and this is the first step in that direction. And man, I could definitely see myself becoming a model train guy.
Wow, really?
Like I want a big old basement now that I can build out.
Like Reverend
a
Lovejoy.
train. Yeah.
Bill, I love this. This is an awesome gift. I love sentimental stuff like this for gifts. Like
so
that.
she got it for herself, and I told her, I'm like, I would like one of those. And she saw it, and she's like, oh, this one's too small, because she got that gigantic tree. And I was like, this is perfect for my tree.
Oh.
Because she was asking me to help her to return it. I'm like, can I just have this and this be my Christmas present? And she's like, absolutely. That was easy. And so now I got a little train for Christmas.
That's so cute.
I love it.
Is it true that Neil Young, this story was always apocryphal, I wasn't sure if it was true or not, that Neil Young bought the Lionel Train Company because his son had cerebral palsy, and that was something they could do together? Is that true?
I don't know if that's true, but I like it.
That's always kind of been, I don't know if it's urban legend or if it is true or whatever, but all right, well, there you go. Bill Squire, future model train guy. So you'd have like a huge downstairs diorama or something. You'd need a basement or maybe just confined to your kitchen table, where it's got hills and valleys and people walking around. How complicated is it going to get?
Oh, it's going to get complicated.
Wow, because it sounds
Every
like
person in the city, it's not going to be a city, it's going to be a town.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nice village, and everyone's going to have a backstory, and it's going to be great.
This is Mimsy. She owns the local apothecary, and she's lived here her whole life,
And
here in
she
Squire
is
Falls.
cheating on her husband
Oh, no.
with Frank over at the hardware shop.
Oh, so there's immediately some salacious
Oh,
details.
yeah, there is.
Oh, wow. So those trains going into tunnels are not just evocative of other things. Gotcha. Wow. Well, it's all in the writing. Any good piece of art, it's all in the writing, even painting. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you prefer to watch, you can do it there. By the way, when you watch, you'll also hear it. We've set it up that way. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Every
Don't forget about you. The free iHeartRadio app is filled with everything you want to hear. And best of all, it's free. That means you can listen to this station while you're dashing out to the store because you forgot something. Again.
Gum is a stocking stuffer, right?
Or grab your headphones and escape inside a podcast for a little alone time. And finding one you love is easy. Like buying a gift card because you're out of ideas easy. Give yourself the gift that keeps giving all year long. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all the music, radio, and podcasts you love.
iHeartRadio.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again. It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thank you to Botley Dillingsworth for helping out. I imagine tomorrow being our last live show of 2022 that there's a lot of jockeying for position among the people who could potentially help out in the video department.
Yeah, always. I mean, every day is like that.
It's like a blood sport.
It's a bloodbath.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Botley, for helping out back there. Your Cavaliers play tonight in Dallas against the Mavericks. Pretty good team. Who do they have? They have Luka Doncic. Yep. They have Kemba Walker now.
I think he just signed with them.
He get
or
hurt?
He's going to.
Anyway, Cavs, Mavs, always fun to say and fun to watch. That's going to be tonight, 9 o'clock, here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So 8:30, so that pregame will begin. And then the Cavs will come back for a couple of games. They'll play the Pacers, and they'll play the Mavericks here at home in just a couple of days. Michael Jordan said that he did not want, they renamed the new NBA MVP trophy, the NBA MVP trophy, named after Michael Jordan, but he didn't want it to look like him. It's the only, I think, trophy in the NBA that doesn't look like the person it's named after. The Rookie of the Year is Wilt Still. Michael Jordan said he didn't want the MVP trophy to look like him. He said, now, with all due respect, when you're embossed in a trophy, you can't tell who the hell it is. It could be anybody. He's like, I don't want it looking like me. It's still a guy. It's a gold guy tossing up a ball. What's the problem with that? Just a random faced player. But he said he didn't want it to look like him. And he said no matter what's on top, the name on the award is what's important. And also, he would have charged him, I bet.
Of course. That's really what it came down
This
to.
is what it comes down to. They go, hey, we want to do, and they go, all right, it'll be $5 million.
My likeness. Yeah, you can use my name. I'll give you that for a bargain. But if you use my face, it's going to cost money.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a billionaire for no reason.
No. So, anyway, the new NBA MVP trophy named for Michael Jordan.
They have a bunch of them. I think there's a new one. I think Clutch Player of the Year, I think, is a new award.
Clutch Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Sixth Man of the Year award.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you like to get that? That's the John Havlicek trophy.
Still...
And they all look like them except for Michael Jordan. But again, if you look at any one of these, you'd be hard-pressed to go, oh, that's Wilt Chamberlain. So, Michael Jordan. Whose likeness is it on the Clutch Player of the Year trophy?
Clutch Player of the Year is Jerry West, I believe.
Doesn't he already have the NBA logo? That's Jerry West. So he gets two things.
He's got two things.
All right. Well, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but I have rendered a tiny Poundcake into the Alan Cox Show Phone Screener of the Year award.
Ooh,
and that will go to our own Cody Poundcake Brown for the, boy, I think
I feel like
5th year in a row. I think he's won The Alan Cox Show Phone Screener of the Year award.
Actually, there was a mistake. The phone screener of the year will go to you for the days that you phone screened when he wasn't here.
Because he's automatically better even though I was gone.
But I already asked for it to not look like me, so
Well, it doesn't look like you, but it can go to you.
Has to look like... well, so congratulations, Cody. You did it again.
Appreciate that.
You did it again. Will that be reflected in your paycheck, you ask? And I've got some good news for you on your raise.
0.0.
Ooh, did I say good news?
It's good news for iHeart.
I misspoke. Really good news for iHeart.
They couldn't do without an extra $100 a year or whatever. Yeah. So that would make a significant amount of difference in Poundcake's life and wouldn't even be noticeable on the books in this company.
That's right.
That's okay. When I'm leaving, I'm taking one of those new high-end schedulers that we have on the side of like every little conference room. Those things are cool.
The little tablets that they just got to work?
They probably got to be worth
they
at least
just turned them on
$1,000.
yesterday.
They do look cool.
Yeah, but they look cool, but don't they have a single purpose? Or are they little tablets?
I don't know. I haven't tried one yet, but
because the on-air lights are all tablets too. The on-air lights are tablets leaning back in like a metal case. Yeah.
Wonder if I can access those. Maybe I can jailbreak it.
Are you saying that when you leave here, you're going to steal proprietary information because you'll have some of that and also some equipment?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Fortunately, there's way less equipment now at a radio station than there used to be. There's so much software that you can get everything into a couple of racks. You know, when we left Oak Tree, they were kind of like, "Hey, if there's something you want, take it," because we're leaving everything here. We couldn't even use the equipment at Oak Tree if we wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think
it's so ancient.
Anything I took from Oak Tree, I put in Oak Tree. Like my room was decorated. That was about it.
And you took it all home.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think I threw away like the pride flag, but other than that,
you threw away a pride flag.
It was like Born This Way, and I was like, I don't even like this song by Lady Gaga. I threw it away.
Wow, he hates that pride flag.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Toss that pride flag.
It was redundant. Like you see me in a room and then you have that flag there, like, which is gayer. Me or the flag.
I mean, you.
Why is that redundant, though?
I don't need it there.
But it's not about.
So you consider yourself a walking pride flag.
But it's not about the gayness of the flag. It's about what it represents.
Yeah, no, I don't need that.
You don't need that. Okay. You're not a sentimental person.
You didn't want to. You didn't want.
I need a train. I really want a train, but I'll settle for your.
Well, talk to Bill. He's going to be the train.
Stay
guy.
away from my train. I don't want any of my train coming anywhere near you.
I don't want to be like the captain. I'll be the caboose.
That's even worse.
People are asking what your train town is going to be called.
Oh, that's putting
Williamsburg.
Me on the spot.
Ooh,
I like Squire Falls.
Squire Falls is pretty good.
Williamsburg is good too. People, of course, will say that you'll be called the Cleveland Steamer.
Billburg.
Billburg.
Billotopia.
Colonial Billburg is how we'll do it.
Or Billingsburg or Billotopia.
Billotopia. I don't want to go with your Codopolis theme.
I like
it's a small time. Topia is sounds too big. I think Billburg is quite nice.
Williamsville.
Squire Falls.
Squire Falls.
Williamsburg, Squire Falls, because it has to have a a Hallmark movie vibe to it. Right?
Right.
Will the landscape change with the seasons?
I mean, it's got to.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but it seems to me that going full tilt boogie on becoming like a model train guy, it seems prohibitively expensive. Like if you've ever gone
this is like the retirement bill where hopefully, I don't mind dying in debt, so I will go deeply in debt to build this town. And then my kids will benefit because I will have life insurance. They can pay off the debts if they have to.
This will be your legacy is what you're saying, this train thing.
And one of the kids will become the new mayor of Billburg.
And then when you die and they just throw it all away, then what happens? When they throw it all into a
what do I
dumpster.
care? I'm dead.
You're dead now.
I'm dead. I don't care what happens once I'm dead. I mean, I want my kids to be taken care of, but to my stuff, I don't care. I'm dead. And I don't believe that I become a ghost that watches over people and goes, oh, come on, take care of my train town.
I have to assume that the center of Williamsburg will be a gazebo.
I mean, come on, I already got the gazebo. One of our customers got me a gazebo a few years ago.
Hey, you got that diorama.
Mm-hmm. No, not just the diorama. She got me like a little one that goes in like a little Christmas town.
Oh, I see. So, a lot of people are suggesting Billville.
Billville's good.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like Billville.
Billville's good. No, I don't know anything about it other than a couple of Christmases ago because they've really tried to make a model train. They tried to hippen it up a little bit. So I think I was at Menards with my daughter a couple of years ago, and they have a couple of aisles for people who do model trains, and you can buy shrunken down versions of actual establishments. So if you want to put a small Starbucks in your town, or you want to put a car wash, or, it's not just these little thatched roof, houses anymore with little curly cubes of smoke coming out.
You better believe
you can make them whatever you want.
But
my
I do
point
not
is,
want like a Starbucks. I don't want a mini mall in my town. It's going to have a nice downtown area. It's not going to be a bunch of parking lots. It's
Bill Berg doesn't need your corporate logo nonsense all over the place.
Frank's Hardware. You got Johnny's Diner. It's going to be a nice, cute little picturesque town.
Somebody suggested Do Bettersby. That's the name of your
that's
town.
a pretty good one.
Squire on the Lake. He's already Squire on the Lake.
Yeah, I'm Squire.
No, but my point is just looking at these shrunken down, they were like $120 a piece. I'm like, holy Christ. To have a tiny Dunkin' Donuts in your dumb train town? Wow. So for people who really get into it, I guess that's important to them.
Yeah, but I don't want a Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, unless they're paying me to put the Dunkin' Donuts.
Right.
I'm not doing that. There's a bunch of TikTok guys that will just go live on TikTok and just run their trains through their town. And, man, I will sit and watch it and just dream, be like, one day that's going to be me. The ideal situation is I get a shoe room and a train room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can buy the Rocket Diner and the hospital and all these zero scale buildings that you can buy.
Love that.
And some of them were very expensive, like $150. You can put a theater in your town.
Oh, you got to have a theater. What else are the people going to do at night?
But nobody's going to the movies anymore.
And in Billburg.
Oh, in Billburg, they'll be going to the movies.
They're going to the movies, and
right.
It's still affordable.
Billburg doesn't have Wi-Fi, so nobody can stream.
Right.
It's got to be old-timey.
Very old-timey.
Will there be a little dispensary?
Yes, but it only dispenses heroin.
So
and they do it responsibly.
Yeah.
And it turns out, under the right supervision, not even that big of a problem.
Oh, I see. Welcome to
it's a true utopia.
Welcome to the Billburg Harm Reduction Center. Mm-hmm. It's right next to the train platform.
Yeah, all drugs are legal in Billburg.
All right. Alan, I was assaulted at a Menards once. I got kicked in Menards.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was where that was going.
That theme song does slap, though.
Say you save big money. Yeah, I grew up with Menards, and they only recently got those out here in Ohio. Yeah. There's one out near me. And they differ from the other home improvement places in that it's kind of a Walmart and a Home Depot smashed together.
Yeah, they have a lot of dry goods.
Yeah, so you can go get, penny nails, but you can also get like a 14-pack of frozen Snickers bars if you want. How about Fingerton?
Ooh.
For the gazebo and everything. Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of things to consider here. Anybody see Jay Leno on the Today Show?
I did not.
He looks great.
Good.
I'm sure they did a lot of makeup on him, too. I'll show you this on the live stream here, but he sat down with Hoda Kotb to talk about getting burned. And I thought because that initial picture of him when he left the hospital, you could kind of tell if you really zoomed in. Because they had to do extensive grafts on his face. So whoever the makeup person here probably gets the bulk of the kudos, but he's kind of very non-committal about the whole thing.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged. So I was underneath it trying to clog. And I said, blow some air through the line. Let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then boom, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas.
Doesn't he look good? Like you can't even tell that his face was messed up.
I'm pretty surprised it looks that good.
And then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been
you really
buddies?
can't
How many
tell.
years? Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you.
Oh, Jay. Come on, Jay. I like how he goes, longtime friend Dave Kalaki, meaning the guy who takes care of his car hanger.
Yeah.
That's who that guy is. He's the guy who takes care of the cars.
Right, but that's his Alfred. That's like he's family because he spends more time there than with his wife or anything. Like
you think he's ignoring Mavis?
Yeah.
Oh, for the car. Well, they don't have kids.
Yeah, Mavis, you don't need to come around here.
So my hair was on fire. I walked around, looked like they thought it was a redhead all of a sudden. And then Dave pulled me out. And I thought it was a bad Tinder date. All right. Well, I'm glad he's okay. I know people love to piss on Jay Leno, which he probably would have appreciated when he was on fire. But I like Jay Leno. He's a hard worker. He said, nobody likes whiny celebrities. So why am I going to do that? And he refused to take pain medication because he wanted to be reminded of what an idiot he was when he wasn't being safe. So, I mean, listen, if a celebrity is whining about not being able to find their preferred oat milk at Whole Foods, I take his point, but he was on fire. I think everybody would allow him, a little bit of, oh man, it really sucked. He had burns to 7% of his body, is what the Grossman Burn Center said. How do they possibly? What does that mean? 7% of his body. It doesn't mean any. What does that mean?
It means 7% of his body was burned.
It means 93% of his. But how do they possibly quantify 7% of your body?
They go, okay, you have this much body mass, and this much of it was on fire.
But how would they do that?
They can see how much was on fire, and they see how much wasn't.
Your head is 7% of your body?
No, 7% of his body was on fire, and I don't think his whole head is 7% of his body, but 7% was on fire.
I mean, I would think that Jay Leno's head is probably 25% of his body.
Hey.
Because he's got a big head. He's got a big fat face like yours truly. I can feel his pain. Boy, if my face ever caught on fire, oh my God.
Right.
Oh, you would hear me complaining nonstop. Much like when my head isn't on fire.
Well, good thing you're not a celebrity, so people will enjoy it.
Absolutely. Fortunately, not much of change. He has 180 cars and 160 motorcycles at his garage near the Burbank Airport. And he said he's doing fine. I got to take a break here.
He's not the only one that's been on fire, the talk show host. Conan's crotch has been on fire his entire life.
Well, it's Conan O'Brien.
Since he was probably about 13.
Uh-huh.
When he got the pubes, man.
I got a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On one. 98.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I've got hot nuts, 10 cents a bag. I've got hot nuts, I don't like to brag. Now my nuts, they are sweet. All the little girls like to eat. I've got hot nuts, 10 cents a bag.
I unearthed this little beauty, a little addition to our hot nuts pantheon. It's a Christmas miracle. This is a song from 1959. This woman, well, it's from before that. The woman died in 1959. Faye Richmond is the woman. And she did an album of dirty-ish songs and had her own Hot Nuts version. She also had a song called My Kitty Is Just for Daddy, although she didn't use the word kitty. So, you know. But her Hot Nuts song, very exciting.
I've got hot nuts, 10 cents a bag, not 5 cents.
Oh, good. Not 5 cents. Yeah.
Cents a bag.
Alan, please Google the rule of nines explaining burn percentage. I'm a paramedic, and I don't want to break my streak of not calling in. Thank you. I appreciate that. A couple of people turned me on to that. The rule of nines, where that burn unit doctor said that Jay Leno had been burned on 7% of his body. I genuinely didn't understand how he arrived at that number, but if he's using, clearly that's medical terminology I wasn't hip to. Rule of nines for burns. Front and back of each arm and hand equal 9% of the body's surface area. Chest equals 9%. Stomach is 9%. What? Do they just go, yeah, it looks like 9%. Front and back of each leg and foot equal 18% of the body's surface area. So head and neck constitutes 9%. So that doctor was trying to tell us dummies 2% of his head was not burned.
That doesn't seem right because if...
Well, I'm looking at the rule of nines.
Is 2% of his hair... Is 2% of his head hair? Because it looked like all his hair was there.
I don't know. Boy, you want to talk about, as I'm looking at this chart here, and they're like, this is 9%. This is 9%. Passive aggressiveness in medicine, genital area, 1%. Speak for yourself, Chode. Well, anyway, thank you for getting me that. But there's your Faye Richmond Hot Nuts song that I stumbled onto from the early 50s. The album is called Spicy Songs, sung by outstanding artists. And the woman's name is Faye Richmond, and it's not that great, but there's a bunch of people doing those kinds of songs. She died in 1959, complications from the birth of her third child. But she is topless on the album cover. So there's something for everybody. Speaking of hot nuts, Britney Spears. She went through a Jack in the Box drive-through and was crying. And now she's mad at the person who tried to console her. She put him on blast. Said she went to Jack in the Box for the first time in her life. And she was very, very upset as she was driving through. The person at the window noticed she'd been crying and said, "It's all going to be okay." And she...
Did they say it like Harvey Keitel in Reservoir Dogs? Because that would have made me very happy. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay.
Buscemi's bleeding out in the back seat.
Not Buscemi. Tim Roth.
Oh, Tim Roth. Sorry. Yeah, Tim Roth.
He was Mr. Orange, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Britney Spears said, "Normally I forget to eat. I wait too long, and if something goes wrong at the house, it's like the world has ended. So I got in my car, and I was crying, and I saw Jack in the Box, and I've never eaten there a day in my effing life," is what she said.
So like unnecessary curse words.
She's
for
trying
no
to
reason.
she's trying to reacclimate to life. Like everybody's giving her a hard time, including me sometimes. But I mean, the bottom line is she's trying to reacclimate to being able to do things.
It's just funny. It's just like, so I walked into the room and sat the F down.
Yeah.
I looked at Bill. He's so effing nice.
That's even too sensical for her. It's got to be something like
completely
so
out
I
of
put
context.
on my effing shoes.
It's so like it's like when you're an adult and you're first learning how to curse and you wanted to say like.
Is that when you learned to curse? Because I learned to curse pretty young. It's like when you're a kid. Yeah, like
when you're a kid and you're like.
You're with your friends on the playground and you're like, oh, there's not teachers around. We can start saying some swear words and you're just throwing out some F's and some S's.
You're a pain in my A.
My daughter will do that. I'll say ass, or it'll show up on TV or something. And she'll say, that's a swear. And I go, well, not to grown-ups, really. I said, there are some swears that are just considered, poor form for a kid. I'm like, I wouldn't want you walking around saying ass. But I'm like, but adults don't really think of it that way. There are some hardcore curse words, and she knows what those are, too. But I'm like, so
she knows them all?
I mean, she knows the F word. Yeah, she knows the F word. She knows S word for poop.
Those are the basic ones. Those are
the basic ones.
Because I don't think I was, I think probably 5th or 6th grade before I heard like the C word.
Well, it seems as though every little kid learns the F word because they see it as graffiti. I did, she did. I distinctly remember being in a public bathroom. I was in the stall, and my dad was waiting just outside the stall in the bathroom, and it was covered in graffiti on the inside. And I said the F word to my dad and said, what is it? And he's like, that's like the worst one that's out there. He didn't belabor it, but he's like, that's, you tell a kid, that's not one that I want you saying. That's one that's going to get a lot of people looking at you in a really bad way if that's what you say.
One time my daughter got in trouble. Her and a neighborhood kid were horsing around and they knocked over the slide and like scratched our neighbor's house. And this neighbor was definitely a Karen. Like she was always in everybody else's business and was exaggerating the story to the point where she said that my daughter called her the C word, and then my daughter goes, what is the C word?
I don't even know the word, right?
Yeah, and then I said it, and she goes, I don't even know what that is. Like, and it was such a genuine reaction. I was like, oh, this lady's lying. This lady's lying about.
Of course she's lying.
Right.
A kid called her the C word.
Right.
Like, it's all projection.
It was very funny, though.
You got to be able to read the room if you're going to blame a kid for saying something.
Just my daughter's like super innocent reaction and saying the word without any like hesitation because she literally had no idea what it meant and had never heard it before because she was 8 years old at the time. She didn't know that word. And it was very funny to me. And it's one of those moments where, like, as a parent, you're like, okay, what just happened is super duper funny. But I cannot start laughing right now.
Right. It also seems, too, that the C word is one that is almost exclusively said. You don't ever see that as graffiti.
No.
You never see the C word written out. Unless it's in, like, a birthday card to your aunt or something like that. But, and you've misspelled it. But, yeah, that one might be said, but not written. But Britney Spears crying, driving through that Jack in the Box drive-through. She said, I saw that big sign of pictures of food, and I was like, holy S word for poop. This big man at the effing window gave me pity, and apparently that made her mad. Rather than the guy going, now listen, her blood sugar was probably cratering, she hadn't eaten, whatever. She was all kinds of all over the place. But she said that she was very offended at this guy telling her it was going to be okay. Guy's working at a Jack in the Box.
And he's telling
like,
Britney Spears, hey,
it's going to be
gets
okay.
Better. You're going to be okay.
And so she went on her Instagram, which she recently reactivated. When she got back into society, I think she had deactivated her Instagram. And it's a lot of hand bra photos and, general shenanigans.
And then saying saying that she's not going to do the hand bra photos anymore. And then 20 minutes later, there's a new one.
And this poor guy she's married to, who nobody knows who he is, he just pops his head out every so often and is like, hey, she's doing fine. She's doing the best she can. He's basically there to be her PR person. Anyway, the big guy at the effing window, she said, offered her pity, and that really pissed her off. Holy hog heavens. I got a cookies and cream milkshake with a double cheeseburger, and I had been crying in my car. WTF did he just say to me? He doesn't know me, and I sure as hell didn't know his ass.
But he does know
so
you.
why did
Everybody
he
knows
say
you.
that? It's all going to be okay. I was offended. You don't know me. You're not my blood, so go F yourself.
She's so...
Listen, this
She's held
is...
it in for so long. She's like, I'm letting it rip. I don't care.
Yeah, she's taking it out on people that are being nice to her and not nice to her. People have been so terrible to her for so long that she doesn't know when another person is showing genuine concern for her.
Yeah, because she thinks...
You don't know me. Oh, you're going to be okay. You look great. Shut up.
We love you, Brittany. I had a friend of mine who is he's a flight attendant, or he works for an airline. I don't know if he's necessarily a flight attendant, but he works for an airline. And he drove all the way up to Miami. He lived like outside of Miami, and he drove all the way to MIA in Miami traffic to meet her. And she didn't even
From where?
He lived like outside of Miami, but it was still, he heard from someone that Britney Spears booked a ticket and she was getting like first class accommodations or whatever. And so he's like, I have to meet her. I guess his coworkers told him what time she was going to be there. And he drove up there to meet her. And she was just going to the Bahamas with her boyfriend. And he walked through and he's like, have a good vacation, Brittany. And she just took it and she didn't say anything to him, didn't even look at him, didn't even acknowledge him. And he was like, oh my gosh, I lived. I'm like, she literally took her ticket from you.
But also, what's the point of that? Like, just to see her?
In person. Yep.
Yeah.
He wanted to see her in person. He just wanted to say, have a good vacation, Brittany. And he filmed it secretly. And he's like, oh my God.
That's not cool.
I met her. I'm like, dude. She literally didn't even look at you. I want to see if I could find the video because it was the
Why did he film it?
But didn't you feel the same way when your friend told you the story that they saw Beyonce?
He didn't film it though.
Yeah, but you were telling a story like you saw Beyonce.
Yeah, Beyonce got out of her car. Your friend goes, hey. She turned to look at him before she walked in the hotel. And to your friend, now they're besties.
But the thing is, he was actually working that day. He said he got to work, and he said, who the hell is here? Like, is it the president? He's never seen so many black SUVs. And then that was the whole commotion. This guy was not even on the schedule for today. He just got word that Brittany was going to
Right, but I'm just saying he
Bahamas.
did work there. He could walk in and nobody would stop him.
Alan, can you think of a place where you could see a wide variety of black SUVs or any other color you need?
I mean, I would think classic Volkswagen in Menor.
There you go.
I mean, they've got, oh my God, really runs the gamut. From small cars to big luxury vehicles. I'm sure some of them are black. You get a black Atlas? Oh, holy cow. I mean, that's living. Anywho. Hey, Drew.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Drew?
Not much. I just wanted to talk to you about why percentages of burns on a victim is important, and then it's not the rule of 9. Now, I had a friend who worked in an emergency room, and he told me what they do is they take the percentages of how much you're burned, add your age, and that's your odds of surviving. So if you're 57 and you have 3% of your burns, your odds of survival are 60%. So, the more you burn, the more you get burned, and the older you are, the less likely you are to live.
No, I understand. And again, this is one of these, my point was simply that this is one of these systems that they just decide upon. I don't know that there's any inherent, quantitative. They just go, okay, this is this. Like a BMI, a body mass index is notoriously inaccurate for how big or small people are. Yeah.
Right. I understand. I just thought you might like to know that kind of information.
I like to know all of it. Thank you, Drew. The percentages of burns.
Are you saying boo or burns?
I was saying burns.
So Britney Spears very upset at that guy in the Jack in the Box.
She needs to go back.
I mean, people listen.
She needs a new caretaker. What are they called?
Conservator.
Yeah.
I think she still has one. She's not out of that. Oh, maybe she did get rid of it completely. I thought she got her finances back, but I thought she still had to take like her medication through a conservatorship.
These people work in the drive-thrus. I bet they never thought. Back in the day, I didn't work fast food, but most of my friends did. And they would say, I want to work the window because you're on the headset. You're just taking money and giving people food. You're not making it. You're not sweating it out over a grill. Now you're like on the front goddamn lines at that window. Whether it's I got a friend who's on the air in St. Louis, and she sent me the story of something that just happened there. The guy in the KFC window got shot because he told the dude they were out of corn. Hey, we're out of corn. Told him at the box. And the guy's screaming at him through the box and then pulls up.
Y'all got popcorn? Pop, pop, pop.
This guy. Popcorn. There it is.
Got that popcorn chicken.
But how the hell do you run out of corn in Missouri? It's their number one crop. We're out of corn.
I mean, they can't just go and get it from the field. There's
Why
still
not?
suppliers.
Cook it up. It's right there. Come on. You got corn? Nope. Oh, well, now I can't walk either. All right, well, now my arm hurts. But we don't have more corn. You can shoot me all you want. It doesn't give us more corn. The guy working the drive-thru window is in critical condition. The kid went outside to talk to the driver, and he walked back in with a gunshot wound.
Oh,
These people, I hear a lot of people complaining at the notion of fast food or retail workers making $15, $16, $17 an hour.
When you do stuff like this.
And they're like, there's people with actual skills that don't make that kind of money. I'm like, there's people driving through with guns because they're out of corn. I mean, granted, it's America and you can be shot and killed anywhere you work, but Jesus Christ. Hey, do you have corn? It's not even an entree. It's a side. Hey, you got corn? I'm sorry, man. We're out of corn. All right, I'll be right there.
Yeah, who gets corn as a side? Like,
what?
Corn as a side at a fast food restaurant is never going to be good.
No.
KFC corn is pretty legit. I will say that.
I don't know, man.
They're turning the one that's closest to me, I just found out they're turning into a Dunkin' Donuts because nobody ever went in there. And the PNC Bank across the street is becoming a Chipotle. But the KFC, once in a while I would go through KFC, but I would usually just eat sides. I'm not a big fried chicken guy, but if you got their coleslaw.
I like their coleslaw.
It was the place that I would get potatoes and gravy and corn. That's pretty tight.
All right.
They used to have a ham sandwich that was pretty legit too, but I don't think they do that anymore. It's not KFH. It's KFC. What?
Oh, boy. That one aimed
What do you mean you're out of corn? You're out of corn? What do you mean you're out of corn? I've got a perfectly normal response to that you are out of corn. We've still got fried chicken. No, I wanted corn.
I'm just saying, like, the corn at KFC is the same. It's just a can of corn that they heated up.
Yes.
The gravy is worth shooting over. The gravy, can I just get that? I get that just in a bowl. Can I have that?
He
as
wants
soup?
a beverage, like the Jim Gaffigan bit.
Now
You guys out of gravy? Yeah, we're out of gravy. I'm sorry. Poundcake's gonna start throwing those hands.
Now that I'm about to be off my diet tomorrow, I'm about to just order stupid stuff. Like, can I just have a whole bowl of gravy, please? I don't
even think they have gravy over there. We're doing a bang bang? We're going two places?
Mukbang, yeah. It's BYOG over there at Shake Shack.
I didn't say at Shake Shack. I'm just saying there's a KFC by my house.
Poundcake's auditioning for The Whale 2.
No.
All right, good.
Smallest I've ever been.
I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, I'll have Cleveland Monsters tickets for you. I want to get some hockey under your belt. The week between, is it between Christmas and New Year's, or is it after the first of the year? Either way, I will have tickets for you, 4 of them, in fact, to see your Cleveland Monsters. December 29 is when it happens at the Romo Fijo, so we'll do that coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free
At the copy machine, we might not have had the coronavirus vaccine as quickly as we did.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Listen to The Big Take on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, Cleveland hockey. The Monsters are going to take the ice on Thursday night, December the 29th at the Romo Fijo against the Charlotte Checkers. The Charlotte Checkers. It's Batman night, too. That means the first 2,500 kids get a Batman and Monsters poster. So get there early, get set up, don't miss out. ClevelandMonsters.com for all the details. You will get 4 tickets. Monsters Checkers on the 29th. Good luck. Caller 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Please, Daddy, don't get drunk this Christmas. I don't want to see my mama cry. Please, Daddy, don't get drunk this Christmas. I don't want to see my mama cry.
You know, we're doing our last live show of the year tomorrow. Mary is going to be back. We're hoping our friend Jasmine Carter is going to join us. She's part of the big Bill Squire Christmas Kwanzaa, which is Friday night at the Agora. Is it sold out yet?
No, I think there's about 60 tickets left.
All right. So it's almost sold out.
For the tickets that are available.
So, we'll do a few things tomorrow. Cavaliers will play tonight in Dallas against the Mavericks. You can hear it here, of course, on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. That is a 9 o'clock tip-off. 8:30 is when pregame will begin, Cavs Live. And remember, through the end of this month, you can use the promo code JOLLY for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. We'll be back on January 3rd, at which time I'll find out what the new January promo code is for CLE Clothing Company. Be a few days in. But tomorrow will be Poundcake's final weigh-in. There's $200 on the line for him. If he can make his goal weight of 172. Last week he was 174 something. And so started this beginning of August. In earnest, I think maybe early September. And he'll get his final weigh-in tomorrow. And whether or not he makes his goal weight, he's planning on crossing the street post-show and gorging himself over at Shake Shack, which I have yet to visit.
You're more than welcome to join us.
Still a Shake Shack version. I can't do that. But haven't made it over there yet.
Why not?
Post-show, I want to get the hell out of here.
You will be the hell out of here. You'll be across the street.
I want to go home. Hey, Brian.
Yes.
Hello, Brian.
Hello, Alan.
What's going on?
So I called in earlier. I heard a gentleman on your call. Actually, my wife, who I'm driving with, identified, and I think he may have been mistaken. At least it struck me as funny. He said that if somebody's 57 years old and they have 3% burns on their body, they have a 60% chance of living.
Yeah, I know I suck at math, but that sounded way off to me. And the people who are in the medical profession are blowing me up on the text, being like, that guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Well, yeah, but so look at it this way. If you're 57 years old and you have 50% of burns on your body, you have a 107% chance of living.
Well, I think what he meant is
dying, I think.
Dying. Other people are telling me there's something called the Parkland formula, which what that guy was talking about. The Parkland formula is used to calculate the amount of IV fluids that you're supposed to give someone in the first 24 hours of their hospitalization. So it has nothing to do with odds of survival. It's about if you show up and your age and your things like that, and you're burned, that's what it's for. Now again, I defer to the people who know these things and can calculate them properly, because whatever he was saying to me, I couldn't even get my head around it. So
Yeah, it just seemed really odd to me as well. 57 years old with 3% burns, you have a 60% chance of survival.
I mean, again, don't get me wrong. I love odd, but I gotta have some useful information, Brian. If God forbid I ever find myself 57% burned.
That's right, Alan. Well, we rely on you for that, so make sure you get it tight.
Right. So, okay, is your wife a nurse or what?
No, she's just smarter than me, so I figured I'd throw it out there
that's
since
what
I
it
didn't
always
pick up on
is.
it either.
All right. Thank you, Brian. There's Brian out in Avon. Now, you've got the Parkland formula there. If I find myself 43% burnt, I use something called the Dillinger Escape Plan. Let me go to Nick, who is our tech correspondent. What's going on, Nick?
Alan, have you heard? Have you heard? Oh, my God, it's happened.
Tell me.
We've hit the fusion breakthrough. We've created a reaction which has created more energy than what was put into it.
Oh, you mean this thing that they were just talking about the other day, this big reveal about the holy grail of nuclear fusion or whatever?
And it is, in fact, the holy grail. It essentially is the breakthrough to have stark arc technology on your chest.
Well, but also I'm surprised, why is no one talking about the fact that we got here through decades and decades of use of nukes, like atom bombs and stuff? I mean, they're kind of not talking about the fact that for people who hate, nuclear power or whatever, that it's a long time coming. You got to do a lot of different kind of tests to even get to that place.
So, I'm talking about is fusion.
Yeah.
Fission.
Oh, versus fission. Oh, I see what you mean. Fusion v. fission.
Yes.
I see.
Fusion is one of those things that's been such a pipe dream for such a long time that it's become like a trope in movies, and now they're actually doing it?
Bill, you hit it on the nose.
Yeah, what was the Keanu movie with Morgan Freeman? Chain Reaction. Remember Chain Reaction? Yeah.
The Saint was about cold fusion.
Similar to that.
Yeah.
But we're still
They
a
did it
good.
with a bunch
And
of lasers.
I was watching a guy the other night on cable news talk about this, a science guy, Nick, and we're still a good 20 years away from this being a practical matter, correct?
Well, so that comes down to when there's been breakthroughs like this, just like with anything, if the right people throw the right money at it, we could see practical applications of this within 24 months. Versus other things like you hear about it, and then you don't hear about it for about 10 years, and then something kind of sort of like it comes along.
So
really
what you're saying, if
comes
I'm
down to-
hearing you correctly, and I think that I am, what you're saying is if Elon Musk can develop this technology to disperse the fake woke mob that he's always complaining about, then we might see this sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nick. There's Nick, our tech correspondent. Yeah, what I read was, and I don't even begin to understand these things. I graduated or I passed physics class by the skin of my teeth in high school. That nuclear fusion breakthrough is a big deal, but it will make nuclear fission fans angry. And if you know anything about nuclear fission fans, you do not want to get them angry.
Also, you've been driving a Fusion for years, so I don't.
Thank
see
you,
what the
Bill.
big
You
deal
finally noticed.
Yeah.
That's right. I have. Hey, Margaret.
Hi.
Can I call you Peg?
No, you can call me Maggie.
Maggie. I have a niece named Maggie, and she's lovely, so I'll go with that.
Okay. I'm looking for an opinion, but my question
Ooh, I got
is-
those.
You came
I
to a
know.
good place for bad opinions.
Oh, no. I need a good opinion. Are you guys familiar with the musical artist SZA?
SZA, yeah, she just dropped an album, or she's going on tour or something, right?
Right. Yep, that's why I'm calling. It's
Yeah.
because my 15-year-old daughter wants to go to her concert in Columbus. And I had only heard really her music. I haven't really know much about her or anything. So my husband and I decided let's take a look at some of her music videos just to kind of see, what might my daughter be seeing live. And the first video is guys shooting people and her shooting people in the head, and it became very violent. Her shooting pregnant lady. I mean, it was all in this one video.
What song is that?
I don't even know, but it was a popular song. I don't even know. But it's a song that my daughter definitely knew. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh. So my husband's thinking, there's definitely going to be like guns at this show. And we don't know what to do. She's so pissed.
There's guns everywhere, so I don't know that I'd worry about that. If you're asking if I think SZA is okay for a 15-year-old, I would say yes. Or one of you are going to the show with her?
Well, I don't know. She's going to go with a couple friends. And do I want to pay $200 for a ticket for me? No.
Right.
Would you say a parent should be with them?
Oh, I don't know. It depends. I don't know your kid. I mean, if she's pretty sharp and she's I don't know.
Yeah.
You know better than anybody else how she is going to be on her own. But listen, all I'll say is this, and it is entirely not useful for this purpose. SZA's got a great rack. I don't know how that works into the conversation about your daughter and the appropriateness of her going to a show, but SZA's got a great rack. So I don't know.
I'm concerned about like the safety at a concert.
It'll be
Am I
fine.
just being
Yeah, but you know what? People might get shot up at a Weird Al show too. You don't know anymore. I mean,
I know.
You got dummies in the moral majority out front protesting the Trans-Siberian Orchestra because they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Right. Oh, she was so mad when we told her that she might not go.
How mad? Like shooting you in the house mad or slamming her bedroom door mad?
Right.
All
like
right.
Screaming. Yelling,
But also like a music video is also dramatic. Like it's going to have like that video has a theme to it, and it's supposed to look like a action movie. Like if you
and then there's another video. I think this is more like a live concert or some type of live show that she was like in a song at a stripper pole. Like
right. They didn't have anything like that when we were younger.
Yeah,
there weren't any. Madonna was never doing anything suggestive, and
but
Britney
parents
Spears
flipped out
wasn't
about that too.
Right,
I mean,
but I'm saying like that's what music is. That's what pop music is. You're gonna have that.
Hey, Margaret, let me make a suggestion that I think might solve your gun problem.
Okay.
Have her go see SZA in Toronto.
Boom.
Okay.
I mean, just by virtue of the fact that it's not like there are no guns in Canada, but not everyone is walking around with one. So, go to Toronto. You and the husband, y'all go to Toronto. She goes to see SZA with a couple friends. You and the husband have a great weekend in Toronto.
And also you have to keep in mind the people going to see SZA are other 15-year-old girls like your daughter.
Yes.
That's what she was trying to convince us.
Yes, and that's what she is right about.
Really?
Yeah. Listen, I had a similar situation where I was nervous about my daughter going to see Mac Miller, and then when I dropped her off out front, it was 12 and 13-year-old girls, and I was like, oh, he's a boy band.
Yes.
Like it's music for children.
Yeah, you better be lucky that your daughter is not the type of chick that will want to wait backstage for like a boy. Like this is a girl, and so she's fine.
Right. I understand that. I know. It's just the videos freaked us out.
What is the last show she went to?
You ever seen Thriller? That one's scary.
2 years ago, she like flipped from 21 Pilots to this. You know what I mean?
Well, that is a rite of passage. Once you stop being an 11-year-old girl, you forget about 21 Pilots, and then you move on to something else. Right.
But it's still the same audience, just so you know.
Yeah.
Like it's
They just
all
moved
the people
up,
that were seeing 21 Pilots, it's about the same people going to see SZA. Like it's not it's not gangbangers. It's not dudes fresh out of jail going, we gotta get to SZA.
Yeah.
Now, Scissor Sisters, that would be a whole other thing. Yeah, I say you should all go to Toronto. Let her go to the thing. You guys go have a great weekend, and everybody's happy, and you come back unharmed.
Yeah. Well, and the ticket prices are ridiculous. So that's
There's
the other
that's
thing.
the real thing.
Yes,
yeah.
that's always the thing now.
How does she feel about stand-up comedy? Does she want to see Jasmine Carter and Bill Squire?
What about Chris McQuansick?
Yeah.
Nobody there's going to be strapped.
Nope.
Except they'll be packing
Jasmine
heat
might.
with comedy. Yeah, Jasmine. She got those
I
six-pack
love
abs.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, listen, good
Thank
luck, Margaret.
you.
I'm sure we've muddied the waters even more than you had anticipated, but good luck.
Yeah. All right.
Take her to see Muddy Waters.
All right. Yeah. How about that? Hey, Dick Van Dyke turned 97 years old. You got to love Dick Van Dyke. He's still an old hippie. Love this guy. And I have to think Dick Van Dyke is the only living celebrity that has a full joke about them. It's like an old Hollywood street joke about an actor who was trying to get hired way back in the day, and he couldn't get anyone to book him for a gig because his name was Penis Van Lesbian. No one would book this guy because of such a strange name. And of course, he finally got management who told him, you need to change your name. Like so many other people in Hollywood and in showbiz, you got to change your name. We can't book a guy named Penis Van Lesbian. I mentioned how old this joke is.
Very old.
Very old. Well, it was a different time. 97. But Dick Van Dyke is 97 years old. And he's still a guy walking around, giving cash to homeless people, dancing for anybody who's interested in seeing if he can still break out a soft shoe. He just seems like a nice dude, Dick Van Dyke. I've never met him. I've never interviewed him. But he seems eternally grateful, happy to be around and alive. He said, if I had known I was going to live this long, I'd taken better care of myself. That's what everybody says.
And also,
but he said all of his friends are dead, so he's not going to complain. I mean, Mary Tyler Moore is dead. She was his wife in the Dick Van Dyke Show. Everybody else from that show's dead. Is Julie Andrews? Julie Andrews is still alive, right? Wasn't he the chimney sweep?
Diaries.
What?
Julie Andrews.
Correct, but she was in that chimney sweep movie with him, right? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, Julie Andrews is still alive.
Yeah, she's still alive. She's 87. He's 97.
I didn't even know she was that old.
Yeah.
The Queen of Zenobia is 87 years old.
That is how you know her, isn't it?
I know her from Sound of Music.
Sodomy, what?
The
Sound of Music.
No, I did not say
I'm like,
that.
what is sodomy music or Saudi music or whatever he
No,
said?
I didn't say that.
Yeah. Oh, I know Julie Andrews from Saudi Music. She did a really, really good piece of work there. All right. The Queen of Zenobia. Yes, right. So Dick Van Dyke. I was worried he might, speaking of Saudi music, I was worried he might die of the camel flu. There are people dropping dead from the camel flu. People who visited the World Cup as if you needed another reason to not go to the World Cup. Camel flu. Like, who even knew that was a thing? Or they could jump from camel to person. I thought camel flu was that
watch out, they spit.
Drug you take. Yeah, they do. Woof.
I was just looking up Julie Andrews. Her first husband was 1959 to 1968, and then her second husband was 1969 to 2010.
Yeah, she married to Blake Edwards for a long, long time, the director.
Good God.
Yeah. Why? Is that too long?
That's just like you've been unmarried for 20 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess 10 years, but still, like, ill.
She had been unmarried for 1 year.
And before she got married again, yeah.
Right. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean like as a young woman, you've been unmarried for, I see. You've been married most of your life.
Yes.
Right. If you take the amount of marriage you have on your body and you multiply it by your age, that's your chance of survival through a costly divorce.
So you don't know what it's like
I'm using the Parkland formula on that.
You don't know what it's like to be single, and even if you do know what it's like to be single, no one wants you anymore. Like, you're old now.
Yeah, but some people know what it's like to be single, and they don't like it. Some people love being married. Especially guys who've had their wives do everything for them. Those guys love those guys love being married. The wives, not so much, because they basically have a man-child in their house. But yeah, a lot of people love being married. That's why you have these celebrities that get married 6 and 7 times. Elizabeth Taylor.
The sketch about Father of the Bride 6 or 7. on Saturday Night Live was pretty funny.
It was good.
Yeah.
Steve Martin and Martin Short hosted, and they did Father of the Bride Part 7 or whatever. I'm your little girl. He's like, you're 52. It was good. Did you remember Kieran Culkin was in this?
I did.
Neither did he. Neither did we.
I did.
I didn't. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Okay, I'm going to take a break here. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS
2 to 4, brought to you by Bud Light.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
We're glad you called us for information about masturbation. It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
A train I roll hard, letting off much steam in the Carhartt flannel in the dusty jeans, baby. I never was cool.
That would a wordsmith, right? You know who this is, Poundcake?
Kid Rock.
Right, young man named Robert Ritchie. This was early Kid Rock, late 90s. I was reading that Kid Rock is the favorite celebrity for Russian trolls to impersonate online. Because, of course, all those people think they're talking to the real Kid Rock. And people are reposting all the time what they think are Kid Rock messages, except it's not. You know, a lot of these Russian troll farms work hand in glove, either wittingly or unwittingly, with a lot of these right-wing media platforms. And so most frequently, when it comes to celebrities, they're trying to imitate Kid Rock more than anyone else. Because if you want to get that crowd, you want to pretend that you're Kid Rock. They were by far the most successful. The Kid Rock fan pages pose as members of either the Kid Rock fan base or Kid Rock himself, or, you know. So there's something to enjoy. A new headache for Kid Rock. And so maybe you follow him on social media, maybe you don't. But there are a lot of people who are forwarding and retweeting messages that they think are from Kid Rock or his fans, and they're not. They're Russian bots. Of course, he's a big Trump guy, so this is why nobody gives it really a second thought.
They should have been tipped off when they kept calling themselves the Bulldog and not the Bull God.
I am Bulldog. How you like my new album? It's a lot of country. You like country music? It's good. The Bulldog and R.I.P. Joe C. Cavaliers play tonight. They are in Dallas. Play the Mavericks at 9 o'clock here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. It's 8:30 is that pregame. And then they're going to come home for a couple of games. They're going to play the Pacers on Friday. We'll play the Mavs here at home on Saturday. So, boy, if you are an expat from Dallas and a lifelong Mavs fan, you got a good few days ahead of you. And then they'll play the Utah Jazz, Donovan Mitchell's old team, right?
Yep. No. Jazz. You said Jazz, right?
Yeah, the Jazz.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a
That's
brain
his old
fart.
team? Yeah.
As I said it, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. And then they'll play the Bucks next Wednesday. That's, what's his name, Poundcake? The player for the Bucks?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
He was in the Poundcake Sports Break last week. We got a new one coming later today. Who's the guy from the Milwaukee Bucks you were talking about last week?
Alan, I don't remember.
His first name starts with a G. His last name starts with an A.
Oh, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
You nailed
pretty
it.
good.
But what'd you call him last week?
Gianni.
You called him Johnny Anderhausen or something. Yeah.
No, I got the last name right, and you said you're just like, you don't pronounce the G because he's Greek. So,
No, it's great. You nailed it now.
Yeah, I called him Giannis.
Giannis.
like it's pronounced G-I-A, Giannis.
I gotcha.
Like Gia. But yeah, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That's right. Took me longer than that to nail it. Good job. So a brand new Poundcake Sports Break today around 5:30.
That's one of
last live one of 2022. That's right. And a new Poundcake podcast, I assume.
Yes.
On the iHeartRadio app, too.
Yeah,
I don't see it at AlanCoxShow.com, but it's on the app. It's on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm really enjoying doing it here now. There's too many distractions at my house, at my apartment.
Currently, there are too many distractions at your house?
Not by my like I didn't do it, my roommate didn't do anything. It's just so ghetto. Always police sirens in the background, planes flying, people fighting, gunshots. Like it's always in the background.
What's the matter with that?
Gives a little ambiance.
Yeah.
No, I don't need that type of stuff.
You used to throw hands on Prospect Avenue. I don't know what the problem is.
That's the sound of the police.
I'd be in the middle of a juicy story. I'm like, you are never gonna believe.
Now, since that's your only sound effect, what is that representing?
Plane.
Plane going on.
This episode's called The Duke and Duchess of Suck It.
I thought that was clever.
That's Harry and Meghan Markle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when I watch the second installment, part 2, the next 3 episodes on Friday, then I'll do part 1 and part 2 of the podcast because I'm into it. I'm sucked into it.
Oh, you've watched that documentary or are watching that documentary.
It's a docu-series, so I would love to get sucked up. I'm assuming 6-episode installment because they released the first 3 on December 8th, and they're going to do whatever else is left on December 15th. And I don't care what anyone says about them. It's love conquers all. They're taking on the crown. They're taking on the media. They're taking on everybody.
Except the headlines today. And again, I couldn't care less about this. I haven't paid attention to one iota of it other than the headlines that I see. And the headline I saw today was that William and Harry's relationship is irretrievably broken.
I'm sure it is.
That's his. No, but that's your brother. I mean, you both. Princess Diana was your mom. You both went through that together. You would think that. I don't know what you'd think.
But it's not. That's what he's saying is that when it comes to the royals, the institution it covers all. Like it is institution.
It supersedes your blood.
Apparently, because
all that blue blood.
William's not going to choose his blood over the crown, and Harry can't choose the crown over his family.
No, I understand. I'm just saying I don't know why within that framework they can't get along.
But see, I actually understand it, and I kind of go into it.
They're mad because they left England?
It's not that. It's just Harry, there's a bunch of scrutiny on his family. Harry was, the reason why people care about Harry so much is because he's the best looking one out of all
that's
of
a
them.
very low bar.
I know, but he's the best looking one, so he was like the heartthrob of the family. And so he got married, and he is getting all this added attention because now his girlfriend, now wife, is black or in darker complexion. So there's it's already bad press in the UK, and it's even worse when you have someone who doesn't look like the rest of the family. And he's saying, what do I need this aggravation for? I'm 7th in line for the throne. I'm never going to be king. I don't need the royal titles.
Right, I'm not giving anything up.
Yeah, so he's like, I was never going to be king.
But are they cut off? My question is just, are they cut off from the money?
The royal money, yes, because the taxpayers pay for the royals. But Diana was already rich. I mean, it's a bunch of rich people problems. Diana was already rich, and he left them money. Like, she left money.
How is she rich?
In a trust. Her family, Diana came from money. Like her.
Diana Spencer came from money? I thought she was like a middle class.
I thought she was like a school teacher or something.
Well, I mean,
No,
by profession she was, but I thought that she came from a middle class English family.
But
no.
I don't know.
Did she remarry?
She did. Dodi Fayed was the guy that I think died in the car with her, but I don't think they were married.
She never remarried. But either she got the money. If she wasn't born into money, then she gained it by doing, royal duties. I mean, you get a paycheck. It just may be, taxpayer funded. But she left the money in a trust fund, as all rich people do. And that's how they came over here. So they have to do these docuseries. They have to write these books. They have to do these appearances because how are they going to make money otherwise?
Well, yeah, but the issue that I see that people have with them is you can't complain about wanting your privacy and then doing podcasts and Netflix specials and books. And I understand you have to make money, but then just kind of be maybe a little bit more transparent about that. Again, I don't follow this.
He was born into it.
Huh?
It's not his fault. He was born into it. He didn't ask to be
Maybe
a
it's
celebrity.
Maybelline. He didn't ask to what?
He didn't ask to be a prince.
Right, but there's a lot of benefits that come with that.
Oh, I'm a sucker.
No, listen,
I'm like defending them over everything because
everything.
Because I'm just like, ooh, I just know they're having great sex. Like that's literally what it has to be. Harry must be having the best sex of his life with his biracial wife, and he just don't know what to do with himself.
Yeah, because nothing gets people horny more than constant public scrutiny. These two are going to bed every night with eye masks on their face.
That Poom Poom made him lose his mind. Like, divorced the family. He was like, he said in the docuseries, he was like, my family was surprised that a ginger could score a hot chick like this. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, and if he was a ginger working at CVS, he'd be right.
Right, yeah.
But he's not.
He's not bad looking. He's still hot, even if he wasn't a
No,
prince.
none of them are hot.
Oh, he can...
William lost his hair at like 21. Prince Charles is King Charles now. Nothing to look at. I mean,
Prince William had a glow down. I don't understand. They have all the resources in the world. He could get a toupee, a Bosley, something. You don't have to go bald.
Yeah, but I mean, he probably figures why.
Do they have kids yet?
Who?
No, Meghan and Harry.
Meghan and Harry.
Yes, they do.
Oh, they do?
That was the whole point of it.
Why are you so enthralled with that?
I don't get it at all.
Royalty really thrills you?
I
That
can't even begin to care about these things. They should just dissolve the crown. Like, who?
I don't even have that much
Get
of an
rid of
opinion
it.
on it. It doesn't. I remember when I was a kid, my mom recorded the marriage of Charles and Diana. It was an international phenomenon, okay? It's just when there were 3 channels and PBS back in the day, and so she had that on VHS. And it's probably still in a box somewhere in my parents' basement. And my mother was just crushed when Princess Diana died. But I feel that was a different time where people really, there's no real American royalty, and so people who really enjoy that kind of stuff like you got to find a proxy. But in this day and age, man, I just don't get, like, for people who like drama, you can seek it out and find it in every possible corner of pop culture. I'm curious what the allure still is of the British royals. I don't get it.
I think it's just like...
Because Meghan Markle's American? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
Because it's literally...
She's an interloper in their...
But I'm confused even by the hero worship that people have and the way people put celebrity... Like, I enjoy, Coheed and Cambria, my favorite band. I don't know anything about their personal lives. I don't even know the names of the other members of the band, really. I just want to listen to the music.
Yeah, there's Jim Coheed and there's Marty Cambria. Bill.
Like, I don't have
God,
the interest
fan you
in
are.
the day-to-day lives of the people whose work I enjoy. I just want to hear the music and, that's go see them live once in a while.
Well, the best...
But, like, for you to be so enthralled and be, like, swept up in this
It's a real
majesty.
life fairy tale. It's a real life fairy tale.
Not.
But it's not a fairy tale.
I want to see how this ends. There's going to be a big dragon that just vaporizes
It's
everybody.
not a fairy
It's
tale.
manufactured drama.
Just because these people live in castles doesn't make it a fairy tale. And what's the allure of fairy tales? You're not a 12-year-old girl. Fairy tales are for people who don't understand what happens in real life. And so, obviously, when they're younger and it's
I'm just a nosy person. I'm nosy.
Why don't you be nosy in your own life and get some stuff going for yourself?
I'm working on that, but in the meantime, I need distractions. I remember when
you literally don't need distractions.
You are
That's
too
the point.
distracted.
You
That's
have
what we always
too
tell
many
you.
distractions. You just said you have too many distractions at your house that had nothing to do with you, and now you're telling us these are taking time away from my own distractions.
But I feel like
my self-imposed distractions are taking a back seat.
I feel like it's my nature. When I was in high school, we took a field trip to the Stan Hewitt Gardens, like the big mansion out there in Akron. That was before I went to school, obviously. I was in high school. But we took a field trip out there, and I'm like, wow, this is a big, amazing house. And I couldn't even enjoy it because I was too busy thinking about what were their lives like here. I'm like,
Listen,
if someone committed adultery through the secret passageway.
I don't think there's any problem with having that kind of curious mind. I think and you do this a little bit on your podcast, but I think that's what you're really passionate about. And you should, if that's what you want to do, like, make that your goal. Like, go be paparazzi or whatever you want to do.
Right, like people who are like, oh, I have a strange interest in medieval history or whatever. Those people usually study it exhaustively, and it might be dull to a lot of other people, but those people end up being experts in it, that they can then contribute their knowledge or whatever. You're just kind of living vicariously through other people's messy lives. And again, I think if you're having fun, you're not wasting time. I don't think you're ever wasting time by having fun.
But I'm rooting for them. Like, I want
for what? Two rich people to make life work? Boy, I hope these crazy rich people really get what they want.
Which is for
Rooting
you to
for them.
watch the next episodes
And I'm gonna.
of it. Yes.
I'm gonna. Bill.
And go for it. but I don't know what I'm just confused by is you want these things so badly, but I don't like it seems like that's enough for you. It seems like you watch them and you go, "Oh, I'll just live vicariously through them rather than try and push myself and get to the point of my life where I want to be there." Not even marrying a prince, but just like getting to another level.
Because I don't want curious people knowing about my life. I want to look at theirs.
Nobody has to know about your life to progress in this business.
But I'm talking about something totally different. Yes, this business I want to succeed in. And I think it's fun. I do take an interest in, reporting what I find.
Right, which is fine. But what I'm saying is if that seems to be the thing that you are most enamored by. So why aren't you like pushing that more? Like that's what your podcast is mainly about, is things like that. So like you should like one, I think you need to start doing the video aspect of it, and then also like build this up. Like make that your whole make your Instagram account about this stuff. Do reels about
You
this
mean
stuff.
his brand?
Yeah, make your brand about this stuff and find a way to monetize it because it is monetizable. And I would and then you can stop crying about, never having any money. And honestly, you could probably, there's enough other people that are interested in the stuff that you're interested in that it is, and you have a personality that is funny and engaging that when you talk about this stuff, people will listen. So you should be like doing reels where you're like, let me spill this tea on all this stuff, and like I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with you doing it. I'm saying
just to report.
Well, no, but I mean that's what the whole point of your podcast is. Like the whole point of doing your podcast and doing, social media, you could be building this whole separate part of the Poundcake brand, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with you doing it. I'm saying you're missing out on an opportunity to get a foothold into this world and be somewhat of a talking head on the subject.
But I'm doing that. I'm working on the kinks out now. I just started
kinks.
Well, because I just started recording it like completely here, and
Listen, let him do his thing.
I am, but I just want to and I basically here's what I'm saying. If you need help figuring out how to do this and like formatting some of this stuff, let me know and I will happily help.
Totally, you. I know I can always ask you for sure,
but you don't. And every once in a while you do, but I feel like let's step on the gas on it a little bit. And
thank you.
You can probably get your reels monetizing soon, and it's not a ton of money, but it helps.
Hey. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It's always sad to me, too, that people undervalue the value of changing your nature. People go, that's how I am. It's in songs. It's a line in songs. People pump their fist. I'm never changing who I am. Change who you are. There is a lot of value in change. How sad would it be to never change who you are? You hear that a lot, and people wear it like a badge of honor, like, you'll never change me. That's so sad.
But if it's a top...
Somebody should have watched the rest of Spirited.
There's huge value in changing who you are.
It's
constantly, I might add.
It's one of the best things about life is looking back and saying how much progress you've made by changing certain aspects of yourself and growing. Look at the amount of growth that Mary's had since she stopped drinking. She's changed so much, and it's been a great transformation. So yeah, changing who you are is very good.
Alan, your opinion
I've never done it.
Your opinion on who's hot and who isn't is invalid because you think Sarah Huckabee Sanders is attractive.
Point taken.
Listen, you mean the governor-elect of Alabama? Thank you very much. Arkansas. Sorry.
Arkansas. Yeah.
It's hard to keep him straight. Just because we all got to have one, right?
They like to keep them straight, though.
They sure do. By force, if necessary. Just because I think this lumpy, cockeyed hill rod has got something going on, don't blame me.
Meatball-shaped governor.
You get me on the wrong day, a little twinkle in her eye and her little gap tooth. I got a break. Hey, I'll have those Incarceration passes for you. They're going to announce the full lineup first part of 2023, but I will secure you a couple of weekend passes. It goes on mid-July out there at the Ohio State Reformatory, and they never miss, man, in that Incarceration lineup. So it's going to be a great season out there. So we'll do those coming back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
This is going to make me vomit.
Rock.
And Alan Cox.
I certainly don't want to waste my latex fist.
UFM home of the Cavaliers.
What a fast break by the Cavaliers.
100.7
WMMS.
Hello, world. This is James from Metallica.
Get ready for the iHeartRadio Metallica M72 Ultimate Experience.
We have granted iHeartRadio
lineup early 2023, so it'll be like Christmas has come all over again. I'll also throw you a holiday-themed Incarceration Festival t-shirt, okay? The early bird passes if you want to grab a camping spot, the hotel packages out there, parking, all of it. It's all on sale for only $10 down, all right? I will get you a pair of weekend passes right now to Incarceration. It's July 14, 15, and 16. Incarceration.com for all the details. So call 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, looks like it's time to put on our glad rags again. Although this whole thing sounds like a bunch of hokum and flim-flam to me. Say, newsboy, which way to the closest speakeasy? Have an oldie-timey Christmas like the times of yesteryear. When money was clams and legs were gams, have the barmaid grab a beer. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, getting dizzy with a dame. If she spouts off wise, box her in the eyes, let the gimlet take the blame. Oh, oh, the racism and the women couldn't vote. Don't be a sourpuss, you palooka that gets my goat. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, wax your mustache and put up your dukes. I'll treat you to a little chin music. Let's go on a toot. Don't blow your happy dough on a floozy with busted chops. Slip her a Mickey or two and give her the old wet sock. Have an oldie-timey Christmas. Grab a stiff 2 fingers of cheer. Oh, by golly, have an oldie-timey Christmas this year. At the risk of tooting the wrong ringer, I'm going to head off and find myself a reefer. Say, Chinaman, which way to the opium den? Now that we've got the, we made the lyric video for Oldie-Timey Christmas, by the way. That'll be the last time this year that I'll air it on the show. But you can go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Is that where it is? Is that where it lives?
You can search just Oldie-Timey Christmas and it'll show up. I just shared
all
it
of us
on
in
my,
our glory.
On my Twitter account, too.
Yeah. And you'll find it there, too.
At Bill Squire, you go there, you click it, and you can listen to it whenever you'd like.
Oh, at your leisure, as they say. Very exciting. I got, I know people love Terry the Goat. Boy, do they love Terry the Goat.
Mm-hmm.
All football season long, she picks NFL games for us week 15. She lives out there on Marcinek Farms. That's in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief there. I'll get her picks tomorrow, but he is always kind enough to send us a piece of video the day before.
It's another beautiful day in Carlton, Pennsylvania. And this will be the last episode for 2022 on the Alan Cox Show. But Terry will be ready to go and make her predictions for week 15 of the NFL season.
Oh, so he's just, I was going to say, and now he cuts to Terry, but he was giving us like kind of a panoramic view of the backyard, the back 40, as it were. Lovely in Carlton,
predictions for week 15 of the NFL season. Terry decided to don her Cleveland Browns jersey once again to hopefully inspire the Browns to win a game. And everybody's ready to watch Terry as she is now released. And she is heading over to the prediction station, and her predictions will be posted on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. I will post those tomorrow. We'll have them here on the show, of course, but I'll post them at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page as well. And also, you know, I don't want to make a big announcement out of it, but I'm just so excited. You know, this whole time over the past 4 or 5 seasons, Al has been shooting these videos on his phone. And I've decided that for next year's football season, I'll be deploying a full professional camera crew to Carlton, Pennsylvania each week at my own expense. I'll fly them out. They'll have the full, we're going to shoot it in IMAX, in 4K IMAX. And we'll have them posted up there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Then I'll fly them back. They'll cut the video, and then we'll just do that week to week. I can't imagine it'd be that expensive to fly a whole camera crew out there every week for 18 weeks. I mean, I can't. So I'm really looking forward to that. Somebody put together a list of the 10 weirdest world records that have been broken in 2022. Most soda cans suctioned to a person's head. You might have seen some of these. Fastest time to eat 10 Carolina Reaper hot peppers. Poundcake ate one a couple of years ago for his Polar Blast punishment. Was it a Carolina Reaper?
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Right. Well, there's a lot of those hot peppers. I couldn't remember if that was the one. They are the hottest in the world. The guy from California did it in 33 seconds.
Sheesh.
We will, by the way, when we return, have full details for you on the return of the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, which will be returning in 2023 to Boston Mills Brandywine. And then we'll crowdsource some team punishments for the losing teams. Teenager in Vermont set a record this year, the farthest tightrope walk in 4-inch heels. And these are all, just very, very strange. Most eggs balanced on the back of your hand. A guy in Iraq did 18 eggs balanced on the back of his hand. Well, yeah, the back of his hand was probably super, super flat because it was so smoothed out from smacking women all day long. That probably helps. See what I did there?
Yeah.
A little global political commentary for you, Bill. And then this girl, want to see this girl? She broke the record for the most underpants pulled. The most pairs of underpants pulled on in 30 seconds. A girl named Rachel Schmidt did this. She set the world record here for very exciting if you want to watch in the live stream. Got herself a Guinness World Record. She's got them all lined up. And she's just walking down the line, pulling on these black briefs.
She's cruising.
Yeah, she is. Imagine all the practice that goes into this. Yeah. The timer running on the laptop.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Oh boy, that's very exciting. Very exciting. I wonder, Partners in Health.
It's such a simple thing to do, and then you got a world record. So good for her.
Yeah.
And she,
and she's kind of cute.
It's fun.
Redhead.
It's a silly little thing to do.
It's dumb, but
you get some views on it.
What I want to know is what do when I was on the air in Pittsburgh, we used to do a thing with Guinness each year that was the world's largest toast. And every city was trying to be the world's largest toast, where you'd gather the most people at one spot, and then at this exact same time,
you get a big piece of bread.
That's right.
And you toast it up.
Yep. And I screwed the whole thing up because I'm jam no butter. But a lot of people do love some Irish butter on there. But, my question was always, what? Because there are people who are turned down when they have an idea for a Guinness World Record. And we know so many ridiculous, stupid records. How many underpants can I pull on in 30 seconds? How many balloons can a dog pop in a minute? That everybody who goes to Guinness, because they got to have a Guinness person come out and witness it and the whole thing. I mean, how dumb does it have to be turned down?
I think pretty dumb.
Really? Because these are really dumb.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it has to be real dumb for them to be like, nah, we're not doing that. I was part of a Guinness record once. There was a world's longest comedy show at Hilarities, and that was a Guinness record for about 3 years, and then the record got broken.
Oh, yeah?
But they still have the actual record over there, like the official document from Guinness.
Do you want me to blow your mind right now?
Yeah.
Who do you think holds the world record for being turned down by Guinness the most times?
Ooh. I don't know.
I don't know.
That would have been a good one.
No, it's just a rhetorical question. I mean, somebody must hold that record.
All right, well, you did not blow my mind.
What?
You're the world record for not blowing my mind, I'll tell you that.
Hey, I did it. Finally did it in 2 seconds. Look at me, Ma. World record ideas that didn't cut it. Okay, here we go. Because they added most dogs skipping on a rope, fastest wedding chapel. They're all dumb. Because, you know, in the first couple years of existence of the Guinness Book, they're going to have tallest, fattest, fastest. You're going to blow through the big ones in 1 year. Guinness does not accept claims for things like perfect attendance, elbow licking. Because there are a lot of people that can actually do that.
Okay.
It must be measurable, breakable, verifiable, and interesting.
Like the underwear thing.
Yeah, I guess.
Interesting.
So they've rejected things like there's a man who claims to use mind control over sporting events. And they're like, yeah, we can't. How are we going to figure that out?
Measure that.
Right. So people submit things. Most salt shakers balanced on edge. This guy's gotten a letter saying, no, this is nothing we're interested in. Because, again, they have to send someone.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who would normally be working, you know, at the Guinness factory,
I think
making beer.
I think they have a records division.
You don't think
now.
they rotate people who are working the floor at Guinness and they just go, hey, Seamus, you're on the records duty. Get on grab an Aer Lingus to Carlsbad, California. There's a young man who wants to balance salt shakers end to end. Off with you, lad.
If you were going to go for a Guinness World Record based on your talents and things that you're good at, what would your category be?
Shooting pound cake in succession. Number of times I can do it within 60 seconds. You hear me, Guinness? You see what I'm doing here, Guinness? Talk about my skills, son. I don't know. I don't have any skills. This is the only thing I'm good at, and I'm barely good at this.
I think... I mean, the best I got...
This guy can take a lot of loads, boy. Let me rephrase that.
Please.
This guy can take a lot of shots.
A lot of rounds.
Yeah! This guy can take a lot of something.
Anyway, mine would probably be, I'd probably start trying to set the record for, what's it called?
I don't know. What is it called?
Papa Shot.
Oh, Papa Shot.
Because I got really good at that. I got over 200. I know there's a guy that is way better than me, but I feel like if I were to just concentrate on that, I could probably at least get like within striking distance.
Well, we should contact the Guinness people.
I got to get back into it. I haven't been playing.
Who currently holds the record?
I think it's a guy from here because I think he's done it at Cavs games on halftime because every time they repost that video, people tag me.
The world, the high score. Wait.
But then there's also that dude from
World Papa Shot record.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Kleteca. Jay Kleteca. I hold the Guinness World Record for the most Papa Shot baskets, 139 in a minute. If this is up to date, this is from 2018. He might still.
Yeah, I think
he might not still hold them. Okay, well. Yeah, listen, do that. Bill Squire, the world record holder for Papa Shot. That's interesting.
Dude, this guy's so good, though.
Well, you just got to lock in, right?
Yeah.
Alan, how many underwear? How many undies off in 30 seconds? Well,
and that's what I find interesting.
She goes on a date with you and she's wearing all 19 of the underwear that she put on. Let's see if I can get all these off in 30 seconds.
19.
Mm-hmm. Alan Poundcake ate a dried Carolina Reaper, which isn't as hot as the fresh variety.
It's still really hot.
Yes, of course. Who cares?
They never ever give me.
No, never.
Whatever.
It's okay. This is why you got to monetize your brand, pal.
You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because wouldn't that be so nice? People got in the chat were like, he can't even watch a documentary without you guys asking about his future. Well, because when he came on the show, he told us all about this future that he had planned out, and
I want to know about what his future.
yeah.
I want to know about everybody's future.
And I want him to quit his day job. I think that's a good place to be.
I want to know what people have planned. I'm curious.
I think that's a good place to be when
Why should we not be curious about Poundcake's life?
Do the things that you want to do. Like I'm very happy. Like people talk about what it takes to make it in stand up or radio or whatever. Not having a job outside of this job. I mean, stand up and radio go hand in hand for me, but I don't have to go work at another place to make ends meet, make a good living doing radio and stand up. And I want to see Poundcake get into that spot where I think he could do it. I think he needs a little kick in the butt sometimes.
I do need a kick in my butt, and I
Come on up here. I'll kick your butt.
Well, I needed to boost the self-esteem, and now that I'm skinny, I'm probably going to show it off as much as I can now. I just do weekly underwear diaries with Poundcake. Just me.
That'll be great on the radio. Anyway,
Hey, Alan, you played the oldie-timey Christmas. I'm pretty sure you're just describing Christmas in Texas, like current day. Racism and the women can't vote. I'm pretty sure that might be future Christmas in Texas.
I love Texas. Texas gets actually, they don't get a bad rap. They get a 1,000% deserved rap, but I do love Texas.
I'm gonna rise up, gonna kick a little ass, gonna kick some ass in the USA, gonna climb a mountain, gonna soar a flag, gonna fly on an eagle, I'm gonna kick some butt, I'm gonna drive a big truck, I'm gonna rule this world, I'm gonna kick some ass, I'm gonna rise up, I'm gonna kick a little ass, rock, flag, and eagle.
That's the latest Kid Rock. One of them Russian bots pumping that out. I got to take a break here. If you want to text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
The show is nothing more than a melange of bad jokes and mind-numbing banter.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Bless my heart, bless my soul. Didn't think I'd make it to 22 years old. There must be someone up above. Say, come on, Brittany. You got to come on now. You got to.
There's a great Brittany Howard, the band called Alabama Shakes. She is native of Athens, Alabama. I don't know if we have a bureau chief in Athens, Alabama. I know we have Phil in Auburn. I know we have Karen in Huntsville. I know we have Jason in Tallahassee, Alabama. My dad grew up in Mobile, Alabama. Went to Auburn University. War Eagle. Today's National Alabama Day. I just heard from somebody. Somebody texted me from Birmingham, I think. It's the anniversary of Alabama becoming the 22nd state. Poundcake, 22nd out of how many?
50.
50 states. That's
Nothing gets by him.
That's right. When is Ohio Day, I wonder? So, yeah. Wherever you're listening, if you have any affinity for the great state of Alabama, make sure that, half my blood is in that state. The Deep South. My dad was born in Mississippi, but grew up in Alabama. So that's where you know me, Bill, my deep, deep-seated love of the people of the Deep South in this country. As much as I might try to diffuse through humor my keeping them at arm's length, there is no escaping the fact that those are my people. The people who came from the governorship of one William Wyatt Bibb back in the mid-1800s. Of course, now they have this foxy piece named Kay Ivey, who's, oh boy, people who take me to task for having the temerity to mention that perhaps there's something mildly attractive about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Whoever texted me from Birmingham said, I'd rather bang our governor than Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I'm like, well, you've got Kay Ivey, who's she's very much QAnon. She's like an 86-year-old blue-haired woman. But that fits right in down there. So again, I don't know if there is or when National Ohio Day is. Alan, it's November 2nd. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Ohio on November 2nd is recognized for being the 17th state. Out of how many, Poundcake?
51.
Right. Of course, state of Ohio referred to as the mother of presidents because of the completely random fact that 7 U.S. presidents were born in Ohio. Of course, now we're recognized nationally as the Florida of the North. And I think that's fantastic. What?
Well, I'm just curious. So is it just like a coincidence that they're all born here, or is there just something about Ohio that makes it so majestic?
It's a coincidence.
We're not majestic?
Nothing majestic about it, no. A coincidence.
Okay. Well, we're winners. We haven't had an Ohio president in my lifetime. I want one.
You want a president from Ohio. You want President Michael DeWine? Is that what you want? I mean, we'll have President DeSantis, and Florida's the Ohio of the South. So you will kind of have a thing there.
I don't think DeSantis will win. Honestly.
I don't think so either, but he will. It will be very, very hotly contested presidential election.
He runs Florida well. But
Good.
They didn't
Things have
even
been
run
a little
Florida that
too
well.
predictable around here. We need a nice, hotly contested election. Spice things up.
Enough of these landslides.
A little boring lately, you know?
So, yeah, anyway, that whole bit. Hey, Cavaliers play tonight. Speaking of Texas, we weren't, but speaking of Texas, they're in Dallas tonight. They used to be a primetime soap opera, very, very popular back in the day, about a city, and I forget what it was called. Nevertheless, the Mavericks will play the Cavaliers. The Metroplex, I believe, is what it was called, the DF Dub. Early 90s, there was a magazine called Big D Magazine. I was working on a show in Chicago, and so we had Chicago Magazine. Of course, Cleveland has Cleveland Magazine. Most cities of any size or cultural repute will have, that's how you know you've made it as a city, when you have a magazine named after your city. Not just some free weekly that comes out on, newsprint, but a glossy, bound, advertiser-driven magazine telling you month after month all the great things that are coming out of that town. And but Dallas, everything's bigger in Texas. They weren't going to have Dallas Magazine. They were calling it Big D Magazine. I don't even know if it's around anymore. A lot of magazines in general aren't around anymore, but it used to be Big D Magazine down there in Dallas. I actually have a friend who's on the air in Dallas. I should ask her if Big D still exists. Who cares? I digress. Cavs, Mavs tonight, 9 o'clock on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So 8:30 is when Cavs pregame will get going, if you want to get the full experience. Tomorrow is our last live show of the year. Mary will return. Our friend Jasmine Carter planning on stopping by. She is part of the massive Bill Squire Chris McQuan. Bill's not massive. Chris McQuanzica.
Hey, I'm pretty big.
The Chris McQuanzica.
I'm not talking about popularity. I'm a big guy. Don't you try and take that away from me.
The girthy Chris McQuanzica that's happening on Friday night at the world-famous Cleveland Agora with Bill and Mary and Jasmine and Mike Polk Jr. and John Bruton and the newly added John Anderson. Armstrong. Sorry, John Anderson was my parents' neighbor. My apologies. But John Armstrong's very funny. I saw him one time. I think he opened for Nick Griffin.
Very funny guy.
He was very funny.
Got a great lineup. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then...
Will there be surprises?
No. Guarantee it.
Yep. There won't be one surprise.
You won't be surprised by one thing, not even a punchline.
Nope.
We're going to have them on the seats so you can just read through everybody's script.
If you want to follow along. And then
yeah.
you can determine who missed a line, who went off book immediately. No, I know in years past, Chris McQuanzica has involved some surprises.
Yeah.
And I would imagine
We're doing away with it.
No more surprises.
No more surprises. We want
all right.
just straightforward comedy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to have the pre-show. We're going to have I told everybody to get there kind of early because I got a nice spread set up for everybody. We'll have some drinks. I even got Mary her Heineken Zeros.
Oh, so you're really rolling out the red carpet for your people.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got I got it all catered. It's it's an end of the year showcase where we all get in, like a bunch of comics are coming that aren't on the show just to hang out and stuff.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good time. It'll be a very good time.
Okay.
And it's gonna be and the audience, people are very excited. They're messaging me constantly. So if you haven't gotten tickets yet, you can get them now at agoracleveland.com because it's going to be a fantastic show. Jasmine's hilarious. Polk is a legend. Mary is fantastic. John Bruton, I was about to call him Anderson. Armstrong. Fantastic. It's a great lineup top to bottom. I'm going to be hosting. I'll be the master of ceremonies because it's Bill Squire's Chris McQuanzica. So I'm presenting. So we got a little we're doing like two, what is that called? An intermission. So we're doing
an
a few
intermission.
people and then intermission. Then
so when the show is ready to resume, you'll turn the house lights on and off.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and I do it. They don't have anybody to work the lights.
You're back there going ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I haven't seen Gwen was over at Polk's playing euchre a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't seen him in quite some time.
I haven't seen him in a while either.
Yeah.
I'm excited to just hang out with him. And ever since he's been doing the news, our schedules are kind of similar, but we're also, very wrapped up in our own lives. So I think the last time I saw Polk was this summer, over the summer.
He's a
Maybe
working
at one of the
man.
shows. Yeah, busy boy.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun. And, Polk's one of the funniest people I've ever met. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm always excited to see what he brings to the stage.
Hey, Cindy.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
I just have a real quick question. Estimated time. How long do you think it takes Cody to answer the phone 10 times for the 10th caller? Because I call so many times a week. I've never won anything, which is fine. But I just am not sure if he's plain lazy in answering the phone on the first ring and taking them as the 10th caller, because the odds. I'm just curious. Does it take 3 seconds? Because it's literally 3 seconds. And he's very kind. He's very polite, great guy. I'm just wondering if maybe.
Yeah, I
sometimes
only care about his politeness. I don't. How long do I think? I mean, I screened phones back in the day. Of course, I was a very good phone screener.
Is there a way to
Cindy.
time him?
No, there's no way to time him, because your question is based off of your own anecdote. Everybody's going to have their own, people ask me all the time. They go, hey, is there a delay? I'm listening on the app. I go, yes, there's a sizable delay between the app. It's why I basically tell people, if you're listening to the show on the app, you're not going to win anything unless it's purely by accident, because there's a sizable delay. What were you trying to win, Cindy?
Man, I call for the most random things. I mean, I'm just happen to be standing here this time of day and call because I can. So I'll call for anything.
So you don't really care. So you don't really care what you win.
No, I don't.
So why
At
do you?
this point-
So if you're not
at this
invested
point,
in
I'm
the,
just
if you're not
in it to
invested in
win
the,
it.
but if you're not invested in the prize, why do you care how long it takes him to answer the phone?
Because at this point, after this many months, after this long, I'm just going to have to go with there's no way Cody can answer the phone 10 times in 3 seconds by the time he answers and tells me he has his winner.
Right,
So
but he
I've
can
kinda
go.
given up,
Right,
but
but
I still call.
But Cindy, I don't know how Poundcake does it, but I'll give you a little hint here. A phone screener can go directly to caller 10, and they don't have to go, caller 1, try again, caller 2, try again, that's wasting time. He has 10 or 20 phone lines, however many he had. He can see caller 10, pick it up and go, you're caller 10. And everyone
That's all I
else,
needed to know.
everyone else by
Because
definition
back in the
is
day-
not caller 10.
Back in the day when my mom would win so many times on this radio station, she had to use my name because you could only win one time in 30 days. She would tell me, just wait a couple seconds for the 10th caller and then call in.
Yeah, again, everybody thinks they've got like a rhyme or a reason or a life hack, and there just isn't one. So
Okay. If he can just pop to caller 10, that answers the whole thing.
well,
I get it now.
he's gonna talk to caller 10 because that's the winner.
Right, but he doesn't have to physically answer the phone 10 times. So that's where
Well, again, I don't know
that's where
how
it was
Poundcake. Do you
questioning me.
go through? How do you do it?
So I actually do count up to 10. That's because we have 6 hotlines, and then we have
Right.
the private lines. So I have to actually.
Oh, so you go caller 1, caller 2.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do that.
I do.
Why?
Because it only goes up to our
Oh,
phones
I
only
see.
go
You-
up to 6.
oh,
It does
so
not go up to 10.
You've got to cycle. Oh, because we have so many other. I see.
We have the warm lines.
You have
which
to
are for
cycle
guests.
through to get. Okay, I see what
Correct.
you're saying.
And to Cindy's point, I'm sure she's probably frustrated because she never wins anything. From my experience, just from answering the phones, the people who win stuff, they tend to win again pretty frequently because I don't know if they've gamed the system and they know exactly when to call, but I'm telling people there's no way to game the system. That is purely coincidental. It's a
that some of
coincidence
these-
then,
Yeah.
because I would say 90% of the people that win prizes are people who've won before that call all the time. So you just need to call all the time and just keep calling.
Well, we do have prize pigs.
We do.
We do have people, but that's just by virtue of the fact that they call so frequently, not because they get in or thread the needle at the right time.
I had a person, she was kind of like salty at me because she won something she really wanted, and then she couldn't win it because it was, we pushed it back. You used to not be able to win for a month. We pushed it back, and it's like a week, and the computer wouldn't let me enter into the system. She's like, I thought that policy went away. I said, the computer's not letting me enter you into the system. It's a week, lady. Like, you won literally a week ago. Back up off me.
Well, not only that, but what you'll find is essentially what Cindy confirmed, which is those people who complain, they don't care what they win. And I want people winning the stuff that they really want. I'll have people email me and go, hey, I won something from Poundcake and I don't know what it is. Could you tell me? And I go, why? No, I know you do, but they don't, because they're not invested in it, they don't listen or care. They just go, okay, cool. I don't like that because I want people winning stuff who really want stuff.
Yeah, that never happens.
Nevertheless, that's fine. Listen, I'm not back there. You do it however you're going to do it. All I'm saying is, if you had 10 free lines, you go yoink right to number 10.
Yeah, that
because people don't know. Who cares what number people go, what number am I? Do you care if you're number 4? Like, who cares? I'm looking for one winner. It's not you.
So, yeah, with this fancy new computer system, back in the day when I actually had a physical phone to answer, we had 12 lines, and the last 2 were hotlines. But these ones, I have 10, but 4 of them are reserved for the hotline. I'm
That's
sure there's
right.
some way we can rig it.
Yeah.
But
you have 6 winner lines.
Don't say rig. Because someone just heard that and they're like, oh, they said they rig it. It's rigged.
Okay, hook it up to where we can have the full 10 when it's giveaways. But yeah, that's literally it. So I do have to filter through some. But it does.
And by the way, as far as like rigged, I don't care who wins Magic of Light passes. There's no rigging. I don't care who wins. I have no vested interest whatsoever because people email me all the Poundcakes. It's nothing Poundcake's doing.
I just don't want you.
This is not a difficult thing to do, is pick the winner and go, hey, they're going to contact. It's not difficult.
Whoever's listening right now and you think I'm talking to you, it's you. I don't want you to win.
And by the way, if your day is going to be made or broken by something you did or didn't win, get some other things going on because...
I get so power hungry just denying people.
Why?
Sorry, we already have our winner.
Right, but like what? There's no vested interest in who wins.
It's the only power he gets to wield.
Chair, Alan. This is the little bit of power I have, and I'm hanging on to it. Don't rip that away from me.
Oh, boy.
I get to crush people's spirits on a daily basis. It's a
Get
blessing.
to crush their spirits?
If you feel like Poundcake is wielding his power too much, email him poundcake at AlanCoxShow.com.
And it's also a small fraction of people who really care if they don't win. So you're not really crushing anyone's day. They just go, okay, cool.
Most people.
Most people. Well, all right. Okay, listen, if that's what gets your rocks off back there, okay. Hey, Duke.
Hey, what caller number am I?
Hey, you're caller number 472. Duke, you lose.
Oh, shoot, I just missed it. Hey, Alan, you're 100% right 90% of the time. I just wanted to make sure you knew that there are not 50 states. There are only 46.
Oh, no.
There are, however, 4 commonwealths, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. So there's your trivia question of the day.
They all have wacky liquor laws.
But they have state senators.
That's not why I'm calling. I'm calling to be. I wondered, do you like hollandaise sauce?
I don't care for it particularly, no, but I'm familiar with it. I've had it.
It's delicious. It's you put it on eggs or on ham or on chicken. It's quite good. It's you can get it at any local grocery store, or little packets of it. I find it quite good, but it's got egg in it, but it's also got a lot of lemon juice in it, and I find that I think it's corroding my dentures.
Oh no!
So it's pitting them. So I was at the dentist last week, and he said, "Yeah, that might be it. He's going to make me a new set out of chrome." I'd never heard of that.
Wow! I'll tell you what, it's a modern marvel out there, Duke.
Well, he said there's no plate like chrome for the Hollanders.
Son of a bitch.
Love it, Duke. I love
Duke. He just lures me in every time. All right. Have a good Christmas, Duke.
I will if you will. All the best.
That was fantastic.
There you
He's
go.
such a corny.
There's no plate like chrome for the hollandaise. I've got to take a break. You know, he lures me in with his storytelling.
He's a master.
And then he pulls the rug out from under me each and every time. I've got to recatch my breath and prepare for the Poundcake Sports Break, last one of 2022. We'll do that in a few minutes. I'll also have Cavs tickets for you right after the break here. I want to go see your Cleveland Cavaliers. You're going to get to go see them play the Phoenix Suns on January 4th, coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
Podcast.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, I want to ring in the new year with some Cleveland Cavaliers. The Phoenix Suns are going to be in town on Wednesday, January 4th, right around the corner here at the Romo Fijo. If you want to go, be caller 10. Tickets info, all that at Cavs.com. 2 tickets, Cavs, Suns on the 4th. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Hey, how you feeling? You okay? WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Got to get to the Poundcake sports break here in a minute. That's how he's going to close out 2022 with whatever he's got available to lay on us in the sports break. And the new Poundcake podcast is available for you on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on the app from out of state, tell me where. That would make you one of our bureau chiefs from around North America. I'd like to know where people are. Evan's in Minneapolis. Braley's in Denver. Brad listens in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Ryan is in San Diego. Andrea listens in Louisville, Kentucky. Caitlin's in Pittsburgh. And on and on and on. So thanks. And you can always leave us messages there, too, on the app if you like.
What up, gang? I'm just curious that why do people keep calling you guys to tell you to stop doing things? I mean, I know you don't have the answer to that, but it's just one of those rhetorical questions like, you guys are not going to stop doing what the hell you do. You're going to do the crazy crap and dumb moans and stupid bag and all that. That's the Alan Cox Show, okay? It's just take it, guys. Take it. Take it. Bye.
That's going to be the new 2023 tagline. It's the Alan Cox Show. Just take it.
I love it.
Take it. Take it. Just grease up and grab ankle and don't complain. Now, listen, I like, contrary to what you might think, I like when people tell us what they don't like about the show. I know, I'm opening up a can of worms here.
I like when they tell us some things they don't like about the show.
Well, listen, a lot of times, you know,
But if you disagree with my moans,
well, you're gonna get year-end moaning tomorrow.
Yeah,
because we'll do Terry the Goat's Week 15 picks, and Bill, unless you decide. I mean, I guess you have to do it because it's the end of the year.
It's the last one. We got to do it.
We got to do it.
Even the people that say they turn off the radio because they're doing the.
I meant in lieu of trying to sell tickets.
No, we're doing it. We're doing it no matter what. Tickets are selling themselves. I don't need that.
Stephanie says, I was catching up with the live stream. It's funny you brought up Father of the Bride. My husband and I watched it last night. It was his first time seeing it. Steve Martin's character is my husband and you, old crotchety men. I'm not an old crotchety guy.
Okay.
Remember, they showed Father of the Bride at school because Kimberly Williams was one of my classmates at Northwestern. And she was a complete unknown. She's been married to Brad Paisley now for a long, long time. But she was, I think actually, she might be a year behind me or a year ahead of me. Big, big deal on campus that she had really kind of come out of nowhere and got cast in a Steve Martin movie. It was a big deal. And then that launched her career. And so it was a big deal when they premiered Father of the Bride on campus. It was a packed house to see Kimberly Williams in this movie. And she was just, man, cute as a button. Just adorable Kimberly Williams. Looks good now. Looked good when she was 20 or 21, however old she was in that movie. Looks good now. Alan, why do people call in? Where did Hate the Show come from? Because, as I recall, it's because when I first came here, they literally hated my guts. And I turned it around and said, hey, thank you so much. And they were traditionally confused by that because the guy I replaced was very popular. And anytime you're the new guy coming in a radio station, everybody hates you guy coming in a radio station. Everybody hates you because you're not the last guy. And that's just what it is. And you got to ride it out. And then it just kind of became shorthand here on the show. So that's the long and the short answer of it. This Friday will be my 13th anniversary here at WMMS. And
congratulations.
And, you know, who knows what the future holds? Who knows what 2023 holds? Who knows what 2024 holds? Who knows if I'll be here after that?
I'm going to hit a decade in February. The beginning of February will officially be
10 years on the Alan Cox Show.
Which is crazy.
My sincerest condolences.
It's bananas to think about that, but it's been a great 10 years.
Do you want to, before I get to the Poundcake sports break, do you want to talk to Mary Santorum?
Yeah.
She always calls when Mary's gone. It's as though she's trying to avoid. I know she's called in 1 or 2 times when Mary's here, but I always got the notion that she didn't know Mary was here. It's almost like she's trying to avoid her at all costs. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santora.
How are you? Are you preparing feverishly for the holiday season?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking. I sure am. I'm so excited it's Christmas, Alan. I love spending time with family and seeing my nieces and nephews. They love playing with their Uncle Mary.
Right.
I just wanted to call and wish you a very Merry Christmas and tell Bill that I'll be seeing him on Friday at the Agora, big boy.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
I'm excited.
Will
Maybe
you call?
Maybe there will be a surprise.
I was going to say, I bet there's a surprise, all right, under that skirt. Do you think that you'll call Mary Santorum up to maybe do a tight 5?
I don't think all the bombers are coming in. I know she likes to perform with her comedic troupe, the bombers.
Well, there is safety in numbers. Yeah.
Alan, as you know, and you just mentioned, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, the Bombers, okay? But I wrote a quick Christmas jingle for the Alan Cox Show. Would you like an example?
Oh, I love it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Goes like this. The Alan Cox Show is the gayest show around, spreading comedy and cheer all through the year. They pick you up when you are down. Cody, Bill, and Mary are as funny as can be. Mary's on the road, Bill's doing live shows, and Poundcake's on his knees. There must be some magic in those iHeart microphones. What's coming out the other end warms me to my bone. The Alan Cox Show is the gayest show in town. So sit right back and smoke a fag. It's Christmas time right now.
I'll tell you what. Well, maybe he's calling us from across. She's calling us from across the pond. Co-written with British Alan, perhaps. Well, there you go. Not a dry eye in the house, Mary Santorum. And what a holiday treat to be. I've been called a lot of things. The gayest show in town is the list. I'll lay that completely at Poundcake's feet, and I think he should wear that as a badge of honor.
Just don't worry.
Well, thank you very much, Alan, for taking my call and letting me perform my craft. And have a great holiday season, and I'll be talking to you next year.
All right. Thank you. There's Mary Santorum, who checks in sometimes when Mary Santora is not around.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
Now, it's really, you can't really tell, but Mary Santorum has an 8-octave range. So she really, really shines when she calls in here. Alan, you can star in the Son of the Bride movie for that hot cougar mom of yours. You son of a bitch! You shut your whore mouth!
Can I see a picture of your mom? I've never seen her.
No.
I
I'll show you a picture of my mom. Yeah, I'll see a picture of my mom.
Okay.
Alan, this coming August will be my 10-year Alan Cox Show listening anniversary.
Exciting. Congratulations. That's the hardest part of all.
It really is. You should be
really
applauded.
Impressive.
You should be applauded.
It's one thing to be here. We're paid to be here.
We can't leave.
Yeah.
I can't turn this off. Even when I'm home. I tell Gwen that all the time. I go, baby, I can't turn it off. Come on. Poundcake, are you ready? Do you need a moment to collect your feels? Will you be able to maintain your composure doing the last Poundcake sports break of the year?
I might get a little emotional for sure.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of rope here. So just take your time. If you need me to stop down so that you can grab a hanky or anything else, you let me know.
Are you feeling pressure?
No, I'm just emotional.
You're just emotional about it.
This is the first full year, I think, of doing the Poundcake sports break.
Well, then there's multiple reasons for celebration.
To me, it seems like it's been going on forever.
Is that a compliment?
Did it sound like a compliment? If somebody tells you, God, this thing is taking forever, do they mean that in a good way?
No.
Oh, boy. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, man, oh man, there's nothing like hockey fans. You guys want to emulate the sport so bad. There was a huge brawl at the Coyotes versus Bruins game last Friday at Mullet Arena. Why am I not surprised? No one knows why the fight broke out, but according to authorities, one fan got the tip of their finger bitten off. The melee included about a dozen men and women, and most of them shown on video have since been arrested. Neither team has made a statement about the fight, nor do I think they need to. The game was a double feature, having both hockey and the scene from Lion King when Mufasa got killed. Also, let's have a feel-good story. I mean, it is the holidays after all. Retired NFL player Rob Gronkowski surprised an Army vet who's a Purple Heart recipient with a brand new truck. Gronk is partnering with USAA to give away new rides to deserving veterans. The heartfelt video was posted to Gronk's Twitter, and it's definitely not safe for work unless you want to cry at your desk. To me, this is better than the Publisher's Clearinghouse. I totally want some Gronk in my trunk, if you know what I mean. And then lastly, I couldn't do the last Poundcake sports break of 2022 without talking about a reporter getting slick of the lips and saying something racist live on air. Robert Griffin III had to clarify a slur he made after praising Philadelphia's quarterback Jalen Hurts' big win against the Giants. He meant to say Jalen proved those bugaboos wrong, not the racist J word. Robert immediately went to social media and issued an apology to the white people who were offended. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break. Happy holidays, everyone.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
That's called pulling a Christy Capel.
I didn't want to bring her into this. I really like her a lot. I was like, ooh, this is a flashback. And I was like, nope.
Apologize to the white people who were offended.
Yeah, because black people, he was talking about the team and saying they weren't giving him his props, and he called them, am I allowed to say that word?
Jigaboo?
Yeah, he was calling them jigaboos.
I mean, if that's a quote, that's what he said.
Yeah, but the black people didn't make him apologize. It was the white people that made him apologize. I can't believe he said that. But he was talking to his people.
Alan, I will apologize. I was in a meeting, but did Poundcake hit his goal weight? Well, we're going to find that out tomorrow. You didn't miss anything. This is tomorrow.
When we do that, 450 usually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want the suspense to kill him. You want to do it at 450 tomorrow, Poundcake?
Or do you want to wait and do it the very last segment?
Hell no, I don't want to sit around.
No,
and
I want to
wait.
get it in the meat of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I think 450 is good.
450's fine.
All right, I'll put you down for 450.
That's when we usually do it, right?
It's around there between.
Yeah, it's like
I'll either put it in the 420 or the 450 segment. Yeah. And then we'll know for sure. That'll be his last weigh-in.
I might pass
hopefully
out.
hitting his goal weight of 172 pounds.
It's going to be like the longest 2 seconds of when it like calculates and it like goes and then it says the number finally. I'm like, I don't know. I might pass out.
Do you even have $500 that you could give Mary if you were going to pay her, which we all know you're not?
Do I even have $500 right at this point right now?
Yeah.
I do, but I'm not giving it to Mary.
It's going to drain him, is what he's saying.
I know.
He only has $500.
I got Christmas shopping to do. I haven't even.
So
gone
how
Christmas
soon, if things go sideways for you and you don't make your goal weight, how soon will you be able to pay her the $500 you'll owe her?
I think it's going to be over.
When I see her.
When you see her. So on January, because the first day back, January 3rd, I'm going to weigh Poundcake again. Just for my own edification. Just because I will be curious to see what happened. I don't think it's going to be a
Listen,
I don't think it's going to be a
I'm
nightmare.
going to come back here and weigh him after we go
over to Shake Shack.
After we go to Shake Shack, he'll do a weigh-in after
Oh
that.
God. Double cheeseburger, gravy fries, whatever they have over there. Poutine. I don't know what they have. I got a letter from Mike. I'm always impressed with how Poundcake is able to pull the most obscure and random names out of his ass when telling stories, and for some reason I felt compelled to jot them down over the course of 2022. This is somebody who took copious notes throughout the course of the year.
God.
I don't listen to every minute of the show, but certainly enough to assemble the laundry list below. And he sent me a list of the names that you have come up with. No, that you've made up.
Oh, okay.
Not names you've
I thought these were
butchered.
real people, and I like pronounced them wrong.
No. He's like, I'm impressed with how he's able to pull obscure names out of his hat. I guess when you're like, well, here they are, Vivian.
Mm-hmm.
When you're like, shut up, Vivian, you'll just come up with a name.
Mm-hmm.
So he jot a bunch down. Milton, Tom, Bethany, Bartholomew, Jonathan, Norris, Eugene, Jacob, Davis, Chaz, Chancellor. Remember calling someone Chancellor?
I don't even remember Milton, so continue.
Leonard, Bob, Jim, Day. And then he puts your guess is as good as mine on that.
That kid probably came from
Get over here,
Friday
Day.
reference.
April. And Jim is in here a few times. Rob, Thelma and Louise, Tim, Charisse, Nadine, John, Courtney, and Donald with Jobs Are Us. There you go.
And my new boyfriend of 2023 is Alex Urick.
Yeah. Who is that?
My new boyfriend.
Oh, your new boyfriend. P.S. What's that bitchin' track you play during Perez Bilton's Hot Goss? Oh, yeah. I played there's an old 70s, it sounds porno-y.
Yeah.
But there was an old, I think, late 70s, early 80s game show called Chain Reaction. And this is the theme song to Chain Reaction. And I love it so much that I use it for Perez Bilton's. And there's a Pavlovian response, by the way. Bill's probably dancing around as I play this.
I am. I got myself on camera because I can't not.
You get those toes a-tapping when the Chain Reaction music comes in. And rightfully so.
It's good stuff.
Okay, I got to take another break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch there, you can. And listen in the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
4HOPE to 741-741 now.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby.
Do it naturally.
I'm every woman. It's all in me.
I can read your thoughts right now. Everyone from A to Z.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
When Poundcake channeling his inner Whitney there, and, you know, he's far too humble to toot his own horn, but it's a huge get for him and, frankly, the show that version of I'm Every Woman is going to be, that's over the end credits of the new Whitney Houston biopic. Very, very exciting.
I'm taking like as many friends as I can. I'm going to pay. Yeah.
It's called I Want to Dance with Somebody, the Whitney Houston biopic. She died 10 years ago. She was 48. There's no way to know how old she'd be now. It will open December the 21st. It's mere days away. They're giving it 3,000 theaters. There's no streaming, so you'll have to pay and sit and watch it. And they say that it's no whitewash, that it does the warts and all. Who's the girl playing her?
Don't know. I've never seen her in anything before.
Oh, Stanley Tucci plays Clive Davis. Man, I would watch that guy read a Thai restaurant menu. I love Stanley Tucci. He's in this dynamite show called Inside Man right now. So anyway, Clive Davis is the big record mogul who signed Whitney Houston. I think Arista Records is what we work for.
Mm-hmm.
And Stanley Tucci is going to play him. Who play Naomi Aki plays Whitney Houston.
I think they could have. I gotta wait to see the movie.
Well, what else is she in? She's from Doctor Who. She was in a show called The End of the Effing World. I didn't watch that. She's British. How do you feel? You know, a lot of people complain about Brits doing American accents in films. I think there's probably far fewer Americans doing British accents than the other way around. How do you feel about a British woman playing Whitney Houston? Did you not care?
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. I don't care where they're from, but if they look enough like her and has her likeness, like her mannerisms and just her spirit about
her mannerisms,
whatever it is. What is it?
It's mannerisms.
Mannerisms.
She was in Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. Had a bit part in that.
Just from the trailers that I've watched like over a dozen times, I just wish they could have got someone that looked a little more like her. But if she has Whitney spirit, if she channels Whitney spirit in the movie, I will forgive it. But I think I'm too attached to the artist that no matter who plays her, I'm going to be like, it's not good enough.
Well, plus she's going to be lip syncing the whole movie. It's not like, you know, how like Val Kilmer learned to sing for the Doors, and some other people along the way will learn, you know, Jamie Foxx famously sang most of Ray. But this girl's going to be
River.
Isn't that true?
Yeah,
River,
he did.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix. He did Walk the Line.
Yeah, playing Johnny Cash. This woman
Those are some hard notes to hit. Those are some hard note to hit.
This woman is going to be lip syncing Whitney Houston. Cassie Lemons is the director who a lot of people might know the name. She was an actress way back in the day. I think she was on The Cosby Show when she was a teen. She was on A Different World. She was, before she transitioned into directing, I don't know if she acts anymore, but she was Jodie Foster's roommate in The Silence of the Lambs 30 years ago. So anyway, the Whitney Houston film is going to be in theaters on December 21.
Gonna go.
Speaking of streaming, it's only in theaters, not streaming. I was reading about a guy who started a true crime streaming service that's based here in Cleveland. It's called True Blue. You read anything about this?
Yeah, my buddy works there.
Really?
Yeah. So
this is something with
it's
Chris
right up the
Hansen,
street.
is what they
Yeah,
say.
my buddy
control
is
my horny level.
Working on a show there that is like the true crime show, but then they're also doing like a To Catch a Predator type show too. And it's
Does Chris Hansen? I mean, does he?
He's been in Cleveland a ton.
Right. But what I'm saying is the only property he's got to hang his hat on is To Catch a Predator? Like everything this guy does, because he famously was writing bad checks and he really got blown up. He was banging some anchor in Florida, whatever. So Chris Hansen has had his share of issues, but everything he has to be associated with has to do with To Catch a Predator, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
like he doesn't have a line of like
his
lasagna
cash
dishes.
cow.
Or, okay.
That's his cash
Still?
cow because it's what he's known for.
Yeah.
I mean, he's iconic for the whole like have a seat thing. Like that was everybody knows about that.
God, imagine that's the corner you've painted yourself into. My whole livelihood depends on pederasts.
I can't control my horny level.
So anyway, right here in Cleveland, True Blue is a streaming service that's all true crime programming. A factual streaming network is what they call it.
Yeah, I have a couple friends that are working for them.
Well, they have a lot of subscribers so far. $5 a month. So there you go.
It's compelling television. I mean, any way you slice it, when you see those
people love true crime, boy.
Get pulled in, and they go, and they're doing stuff that's real.
How many times did he stab her?
Yeah, real recent stuff too.
Was she laying in a pile of blood? Or a puddle of blood, not pile.
A pile of blood. Is there a
In
blood
a pile of blood.
Well, if it was, hard.
Some nice hard blood.
Well, it was dried.
Pile, yeah. She was very dehydrated.
Yeah. A lot of people asking me if Alan, have you talked about DJ Twitch? No, I didn't. That's a wild story, boy. Stephen Boss is this guy. He's 40 years old. He was DJ Twitch on the Ellen DeGeneres show. She's had a lot of DJs over the years. My buddy Ted Stryker, who's been on the radio in L.A. for many, many years, was her DJ for one season in the early aughts. And they had a bunch of people after him and a couple before him. This DJ Twitch ended up being one of the executive producers of the Ellen DeGeneres show. So he was done with that, obviously, when that show went off the air. All those people lost their jobs. And he had just celebrated his 9th anniversary with his wife. She said they were talking about having another kid, and he shot himself in a motel room near his house. Killed himself at the Oak Tree Inn, 15 minutes from his house. A 15-minute walk. So in L.A., a 9-hour drive. So obviously you're hard-pressed to find any rhyme or reason when somebody kills themselves. But it's a wild story. So who knows if it had to do with, you never know what's going on in somebody's life. He used his own name to check in. They didn't discover him until Tuesday morning when he didn't check out. I always think of the people who work housekeeping. You walk in and you go, I quit. I'm out. Obviously, you do this because you don't want to do it at your house. He shot himself in the head. They said that nobody heard the gunshot, but motel workers described the scene as pretty bad. Yeah. Guy shoots himself in the head. It's probably going to be pretty bad. They had just celebrated their wedding anniversary this past weekend. He walked from his house, so his car was still there. And when he didn't come back, his wife called the cops. And the manager of the motel said he went into his room and never came out. I guess he did it in the bathroom. So I don't know if he's in the tub or what.
Man.
Wild. I mean, you don't know what's going on. Wife's hot. Hot wife. I mean, that should count for something. A hot wife?
It should.
A hot wife should count for something. They had a blended family. I think he had a couple older kids, but
dude, it makes me sad, man. Like, just you never know what people are going through. People who look happy on the outside have like a wonderful life. You never truly freaking know. And that's why like I'm open about like my anxiety and like my struggles and stuff because
Well, stop that.
No, I would rather people
We want to know. We don't want to know what you're going through anymore. We've had enough. You've been open enough. We got it.
I was keeping it all inside.
I never thought there was such a thing as too much candor, but you proved me wrong. Listen, Ellen's had a year too, boy. That show's over. Anne Heche was her partner for a long time, and she died after crashing into that house. She was all coked up.
But I don't,
and then this guy?
Yeah, but I don't want to. Oh, I thought you were comparing the two lives. I was like, this guy.
No. I was just saying, like, Anne Heche now dies driving through a house. I mean, you know, she and Ellen were together a long time. And when Anne Heche was pretending to be gay. And now this guy. Woof.
Living is really hard. The easy thing to do is to. I'm just saying it. The easy thing to do is to do something like that. Living is the hardest thing to do. And
I mean, Tom Petty thought that the waiting was the hardest part.
No. I heard this. I talked to my friend who, you know, was in the military. He's like, man, I see it all the time. He's like, all my friends just off themselves. And he's like, the hardest part.
Yeah, but those are people who have seen some shrimp. They weren't a DJ on a TV show.
Yeah, but you
So,
don't.
I mean, no, you're right. You're correct. I'm just saying that, like, military suicides, that exists in a whole other universe. That's a whole other thing.
But again,
But I would rather
we
take.
don't know.
That's like an epidemic.
But we don't know what he was going through that put him to that place. Because I mean, even if he wasn't,
Yeah, I
he
know.
could be suffering from PTSD.
It
and
was
things
just like that beauty queen that jumped off her balcony and fell.
Yeah.
Like you don't on the surface, these beautiful people that everyone envies, and you look at that, I'm like, what would drive them to the point of suicide? Like,
Which is why I say
you couldn't say anything.
It's better to feel good.
Better to look good than to feel good.
These are all, he's given examples of all these hot people committing suicide. But if they felt better, they wouldn't worry about how they looked. They'd just be happy.
All right. Well, I don't know if he was worried about how
Gotcha on that one.
Who, me? I'm not changing my mind.
That's a compelling case.
You can have your opinion. I believe it's better to look good than to feel good.
No, feeling good is the most important thing.
You feel good when you look good.
Sometimes, but that's not.
Always.
No,
if you don't feel good, it means you don't look good enough.
That is not the case. Obviously, with the people that Poundcake was just talking about, with DJ Twitch and the beauty queen, they looked great.
They didn't look good enough.
They didn't look.
Should have worked harder.
They look great. They didn't feel good. Feel good first.
Well, my uncle unexpectedly blew his head off with a 12-gauge shotgun. His wife found him, and she's never been quite right after that. Yeah, no, listen, I told the story early on about how my college girlfriend hanged herself. And, yeah, you don't ever get your head around that. And obviously it's a matter of degree based on how violent the suicide was. But you still don't get your head around it. Shotgun, that's, when you have the opportunity to just swallow a bunch of pills and you do it violently, I guess there are people who are thinking, well, I want to make sure I do this. I don't want to wake up or have somebody find me and pump my stomach. But
then they also have errors where sometimes they'll try and use a gun or something and they just blow off part of their face. It's just, oof.
Or it bounces off the roof of their mouth or some weird thing.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is you didn't want to live anymore and now you're living an even worse life than you were before. People got to take care of you or whatever. So,
what's the 3-digit number now for the suicide hotline?
I thought it was 611. I don't know. I'm looking at the National Suicide Prevention Line, which is 800-273-8255. But I think there is a 3-digit number now. Hey, Susie.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm in my car in shock. I feel horrible. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, Twitch is an amazing dancer. He was on that show, So You Think You Can Dance. He was actually a judge.
I saw that.
Against choreographer. I mean, and just a beautiful wife and child, and they always seem so happy. It's just devastating.
Yeah, I mean, what you see is not what you get, I guess. Yeah, I mean, people were talking about how, and again, he had, I think, just turned 40 or something, but Yeah, a very, very accomplished guy in his field.
Yeah, and adorable videos with his wife online. You can watch a bunch of them dancing together and with their baby. It's just heart-wrenching.
Do you have kids, Susie?
I do. I've got a beautiful daughter who's in college and a son in high school. And, you hear these stories and it breaks your heart. You just hope to God that you're supporting and, giving them all the love they need and kind of watching out for those signs. Because you just, like you said, you never know. They seemed happy and something like this happened.
What about your parents? What's
And by the way, we'll be the judge if your daughter is beautiful, all right? You are inherently biased. You can't accurately decide. All right.
Oh, my goodness. She is. I've been told by many people. My parents are deceased, actually. I had elder, my parents were 40 when they had me. So,
old parents.
Yeah. Anyway.
I was just curious. Because I didn't know if maybe you had your dad was still around because Alan's mom's single now. So
Shut up, Bill! You son of a bitch. Where does your daughter go to school?
This became the dating game. She's at the Ohio State University.
Oh, so she's beautiful, just not bright. Okay, listen, I think that it's a beautiful, beautiful situation.
Football. Come on now.
All right. Okay, thank you, Susie.
Yeah, neither do they.
Hey-o. All right.
Susie's laughing.
Thank you. Susie is, I'm going to call you Suze from now on. All right.
Susie's a good laugher.
She's loving life. Well, sure, she's an empty nester. Oh, she got a kid in high school. His son's in high school. Yeah. Well, he's almost.
Yeah.
Right?
She's got that hot daughter in college. Her words, not ours.
Yeah, you send me a photo. I'll be the judge. Okay, let me take a break. We'll come back, wrap everything up. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Hello, world. This is James from Metallica.
Get ready for the